Here in the city of Doors, Dame's troubles tend to go unheard. The factions keep their own law, and the average Joe, well, we're stuck carving out our own order. But Sigil isn't without help. When you've got a problem with no solution, a puzzle with no key, there's only one joint in town to turn to. They might not be the most professional outfit around, but they always solve the case. Because when you're desperate enough to turn to these idiots, you'll find your conundrum might just be open and shut.
Hello and welcome to our little mystery-solving D&D campaign, folks. My name is Austin, and as always, I'm joined by my bloods who battled a box and lost their bud to a birdcage. Say hello, everyone.
It's so fresh.
How dare you?
Immediately.
Come on, man.
It may have been months, but the wound is still fresh.
Hey, as a total third party who has no dog in this fight, fantastic alliteration, man.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's a whole thing that we do here. And what is here? Welcome to Rolling with Difficulty Campaign 2, Season 2,
Ooh.
Episode 1. I practiced that a couple times because I knew I was going to switch the numbers.
Nice, very good.
We're excited to have you. If this is your first time joining, what are you doing? It's called Season 2 for a reason. Go back. You have homework. Or you can just try to decipher the intro. It was basically a summary of what happened.
I gotta stop. I gotta pause you right there. I've been doing the subtitles for like the early episodes of Rolling with Difficulty. You've made that exact gag, I think, verbatim. Episode 2.
Oh no.
Episode 2 of yeah.
Oh, we've made it too powerful.
Austin's not original anymore.
I knew someone would find out. What I was hoping was it wouldn't be someone on the recording pointed out to all people who listen. So
very proud.
Noir.
You're welcome.
It's, as I've said multiple times when I listen back to the episodes, what will happen is I hear something and then I'll say a joke aloud, and then past previous recording podcast Austin also says that joke on the recording, so I am predictable if nothing else.
Time loop
Anyway.
simulator.
If the joke works, why try to fix it?
We're so excited to be back, and we're excited to have you back, and more than anything else, we're excited to welcome a new guest. Perhaps guest is even the wrong word, a new player at the table, since they're going to be sticking around for a little while. As you may remember, Wally is on a little bit of a well-earned sabbatical, so for this season, we're going to replace him. He's out and dead to us. But
You stuck the bunny rabbit in time prison, and now you're making bits?
He could have succeeded on his saving throw. It wasn't my fault.
Oh, sure.
In the meantime, for these first 5 episodes, we are joined by a very special friend. Go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, who is it? Oh, it's me.
Is it me?
Hey, everybody. Oh, didn't see you come in. My name is Olivia Ross. I am very excited to join this table. I play D&D quite a bit. Ever since that good old pandemic, I dove straight in to a game that involves math, which for some reason I still love regardless.
Classic.
I play on
Big mood.
Classic. I'm a player producer on Rolls Untold, which is an actual play Twitch stream. Currently on YouTube right now. We are not streaming at the moment, but we are rolling into pre-recorded content for our season 2. So we'll still be on Twitch, but we're starting season 2 next year, which I'm very excited about. And yeah, I'm also I play D&D a lot, but I'm also an actor and director, and I do all of the art for Rolls Untold. I'm a graphic artist on the side, and I only do commissions when I need money.
We're keeping the Oops All Artists trend going, and I
Oops All
love it.
Artists.
I said that Olivia sent me a little bit of art at one point with some character conception. It's like, you're gonna fit right in, because during every session, Red is doodling and sending memes to us.
I've been trying to dial it back unsuccessfully.
Why?
I think it's funny, although I don't
Why?
get to see them till like 20 minutes later when I check the chat. And I'm like, oh, that was funny. Good one. Good
Oh,
one,
shucks,
Red.
thanks.
The secret fan art.
All right, well, thank you, Olivia. We're super excited to have
Yeah.
you and to see
happy
what
to
you've
be
got
here.
in store for the listeners and for the rest of us, because no one else knows anything about your character yet. But
I love
before we get into the episode, Sophia also has some things to share. So, Sophia, there you go.
grabbing the ball and freaking hurtling backwards over the player who's trying to block me. I'm going to take this and run with it right into a little bit of a plug section. We are back.
American football. Okay.
Not only American football.
What sport was that?
The Eagles, man. You guys see Barkley just
It
jump
is
over
American
that
football.
guy?
See? I was right.
Oh, okay.
I know this is coming
You
out
just said
months after
ball
it
and
happened, but
forking
it's
it
still
back
going to be
and-
cool.
I don't know.
Go Birds, EAGLES.
Is
Eagles.
this sports?
We are here. We're back. Rolling with Difficulty is happening again. The sessions continue onward. The season progresses. Events happen. And all this while, we will have had a Discord server and a Patreon. So if you want to engage with our community and support the podcast, those are great places to do so. We really appreciate everyone who's been over there and has continued to keep the spirit of the game alive as we have been on our little season break. And hope that you guys continue to enjoy all the fun conversations that have been happening and enjoying all the cool stuff on Patreon, like all the extra bonus stuff that the cast has been putting together. I know that it's been extremely cool. It's a lot of fun art, a lot of neat stories, shorts, stat blocks. So check that out. It's all linked down in the show notes below. And I will have completed my leap and ran my little self further down the field, getting closer and closer to that elusive touchdown. And with that, back to Austin. I'm doing a little end zone dance. Because of technical issues, my camera is off, but I want you guys to know that I am jamming out this whole time.
This is
You
vitally
should have said that
important
you were doing
information.
the Saquon Barkley.
That's exactly what I said I was doing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
I
was
was
the
thinking about
beginning
something
of the
else when you
bit,
were
Austin.
talking.
I did this for you. You're the only other person in this call who would know.
Shout out Saquon Barkley carrying my fantasy league. Woohoo.
That's just in Austin has object permanence. When there isn't a visual image of Sophia on the screen, he just doesn't think about it.
I'm just confused because you said you were on the way to the end zone, but then
Yeah.
you were gonna get a touchdown, and then you said you were doing a touchdown dance. That was really when my belief was
Yeah.
no longer.
Yeah. Well, I think
Premature
Premature
kind of
touchdown
shattered.
dance.
I was knocked
what
right
we've all
out of
learned
the bit.
here today is that I am the perfect describer of sports, and ESPN should get on this. But we are not here to describe sports. We are here to roll dice, which is a sport in and of
Because I have
itself.
a great doing a touchdown dance before you enter the end zone. Though, but
What
It's
is
like calling
D&D
your
if not
shot in
describing
baseball.
sports, though?
Like, it's pretty cocky to be like, I'm gonna do my dance before I even get there.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
As
yeah.
Nightcrawler.
all right. Well, with no further ados, when last we left our heroes, it has been 2 weeks since that fateful day in Sigil, where you saved, well, didn't save them from crashing, but saved the people inside of the newly launched Concordant Express, chased down the being who was responsible for its sabotage, namely the Grixit, and had a final confrontation with her after her complicated history with Evrard. The fight was bloody. You almost lost several party members. You did lose one, who was successfully resurrected, but another one of you suffered a fate worse than death, perhaps. Evrard, aka Lapin, was pushed into one of the many mazes of Sigil, specifically called a maze known as the Loop. A demi-plane within the city somewhere that is said to be impossible to escape from. Though his unfinished business, he's not a ghost, but though his charged unfinished business is now complete with having dealt final justice to the Grixit after, I believe, Ingrid got the killing blow.
I've got the Grixit sword, so I think it was me.
He is able to return, presumably, to the plane where his soul should rest, but he is currently trapped within the city, within the loop. It is 2 weeks later that we pick up, and I'm going to let the party have a chance to inform us what they've been doing, perhaps make a couple of rolls and see what they've been up to in the meantime. And we're going to go 1 week at a time, where 1 week is basically one task that you want to complete, being that the rest of your time is filled with the normal detective work and other mundane tasks. So, just going down the line, Noir, would you like to begin letting us know what you've done for the first week after Evrard's disappearance and the Grixit's death?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if this would take the full week, but you had mentioned in the last episode that Oobtaglor bumps into and has a quick brush with their sibling, Oobtagler and I don't think it would be a very long time before they come forward to the group and say, "Hey, so I think I had a run-in with Scopin, who we thought was imprisoned by the Dead Bookers, I believe is who they
Sod
were.
killers.
God killers, never mind.
Sod
Sod
killers.
killers.
Sod
Sod.
killers.
Like person killer, sod.
Sod killers, not God killers. Oh, my mind is everywhere right now. What do we do about that?
Oh, well, that's certainly not good. Did they tell you anything in particular that was of immediate threat, or just sort of a seeing from a distance sort of deal?
No, I think they were just taunting me by letting their presence be known.
Well, people like that just want attention, so if you don't give them any, well, they'll probably sulk around plotting their revenge, but then we can deal with the revenge when it comes to it. I don't have a great solution in the interim, honestly. There's a lot going on, so perhaps we
So just
I mean,
generally
I
keep an eye out without letting them know that we're keeping an eye out on them.
Austin's laughing at me. Austin's laughing at my little bits.
People like them. Murderers.
Yeah, I think attention is sort of down their list of priorities since the last time they were mostly framing Oob for their various crimes.
I don't know, they seemed
So-
very egotistical last time, but maybe we can keep tabs on them somehow? Do we have a network that we could tap into, or folks that we could ask for assistance? Oobtaglo, you're often sort of busking, as it were. Have you managed to connect with a lot of the local ne'er-do-wells or street performers who might be able to assist us? A gaggle of oi Mr. You Me Dad types, you know?
Sorry, the coffee's really hot.
I'm going to pretend that I heard that in a different manner. I could do that. I could commune with the locals, and, well, I mean, sure.
I mean, ultimately, this
Oi,
is
Mr.
your
Yumadad.
sibling, so if you've got a preference on how you'd like it handled, if you want to go in guns blazing, we can, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's much to actively do for us at the moment.
I think you're right, and I don't necessarily want to provoke them right now at this time, because I think a lot of our time should be more focused on trying to find Evrard,
I
or trying to
agree.
get Evrard out of whatever the Grixit had put him in.
Yes, the loop does present something of a quandary, and most of our resources probably should go there.
So I come forward to the group, not necessarily to ask for a plan of action, but simply to let everyone know that, because I'm not that big of a fan of secrets or anything like that. I wear my heart on my sleeve, as it were.
Well, maybe what we should do is make some kind of signal to be sure it's really you, just in case
Oh,
the other
that's
Oob decides to
smart.
start doing some shenanigans. Some kind of like code phrase, something only you would say, you know?
Oobtaglor Oobtaglaber is the best there is.
I feel like they'd probably be able to
Yes.
manage that one.
Perhaps something...
But consider this.
Uh-huh.
If they are as egotistical as I am, they would not be able to say something as that.
You know, I mean, I guess you'd know better than most of us. I just think maybe like something a little more secure. You know, a little bit of two-factor.
We'll workshop it, I suppose. But I would rather. Oobtagler really intended this. Again, didn't really intend to like come up with a game plan for this. Really wanted to just let the group know. I think what Oobtagler would like to do more so is try and find Evrard. Like, spend this week trying to research into what they can do in order to figure out where Evrard is, or
naturally.
how to get them out.
Well, do you have a lead for that? Because you've got mystery afoot. Do you have an approach you would like to take to
The
doing
game is a pseudopod.
that?
Oobtagler is a bard, but not necessarily a storyteller. But the idea comes to them that perhaps the more juicy stories, some of them might include some escape stories of the loop. So they would like to perhaps seek other prolific entertainers, storytellers out, and people, and try and go for that angle to see if like, where did you, hey, if you were, do you know any stories about the loop, and if so, where did you hear them from?
All right, you want to get some like you want to hear some of the you want to hear some of the gossip, the chat
Basically.
around if there are
Yeah.
any legends about it. Basically, okay. Make an investigation check, but use your charisma instead of intelligence.
First roll
Hell
of the
yeah.
new season.
Ooh.
Did you get all those ones out of your system?
I'm using luck.
All right.
Question
luck
answered.
is luck is.
Immediately.
All right, I'm gonna consider. How do I want to run luck?
This can be like my
Because
one luck of the week or something like that.
I would
you know?
say like during this 2-week arc, you have the 3 and they'll reset for
Okay.
the day. So,
Sure.
and that's what luck's for. I don't want to rob you of them, but
I roll the exact same number.
Oh.
Oh, Noir.
So, with my charisma of a +4, 9.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, that could be worse.
Oh no.
all right.
There's like 4
On
whole
a
numbers
just
that would be
talk-
worse than that.
We were just talking about my shit rolls too. God damn it.
On a 9, you go around and start seeing if you can't get a little bit of hear some of the dark, as they say in Sigil, on the loop. And what you discover is that the reason you busk on the streets and don't play a lot of taverns or anything is that a lot of people find you really difficult to deal with and grating, and so you have a hard time making inroads with other professionals, with other bards and performers in the city.
They don't understand my greatness.
They're obviously jealous.
They are.
I love that you made a high charisma character who happens to be loathed by everyone. It's so funny. On that note, that's your 1 week. It's been 1 week. And Red, what about you?
Yeah, Beleg, having recently died, is spending the first 4 days sleeping off 4 levels of exhaustion. A few other things. But I do have a shopping list, and it's very short. It's only one thing, but you'll need to tell me if it's a thing I could find or if it's a thing I might need to, like, quest for in the future. He would like to acquire a slightly better shield, preferably one with some sort of +1 or +2 to AC. And I think, like, this first week, he's just gonna try and, like, see if he can shop for that himself, and if it doesn't work, next week he's gonna get Ingrid to help him.
We're going shopping?
Because he just remembers the last time he mentioned the price he had gotten for, like, something he'd acquired in his first few months in Sigil, and, like, the look on Ingrid's face when he said the number, and he's like, she could probably help me get something a little bit better than that.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, double check. I think that it's an uncommon magic item. So go ahead and you can make me a, let's see. This is also searching. So I would call this investigation, but you can use your intelligence or your charisma if you'd like.
Oh, that's very generous
Unless
of you,
you
sir.
have some if you think that there's some other relevant stat that would apply, I would allow it. But to me, that's what
charisma's
this reads
fine,
as.
boss. I can do
Well,
charisma.
no, I know charisma, but investigation, I know that's made you.
Yeah, my
make a face.
investigation is a flat +0. I'm not gonna try and say, boy, I really don't have many skills, do I? Paladins, man. No, I'll take just the flat charisma bonus. I don't think I could swing this as being an insight check.
No.
No. So,
It's been so long
Alright.
since Red's tried to make something an insight check.
in my defense, we've been playing for like 10 minutes total. I feel like my record is still pretty good.
I was looking
It's been a
back
lot of time, not in
fondly.
podcast, but in real life, and that
In
we
real
haven't
life, yeah,
recorded
yeah.
in 3 months.
All right, here we go. Okay, that is going to be a 14 total.
14. It takes you the entire week. You're not able to find a +2, but asking around, you are able to find a weaponsmith, blacksmith in the city who deals with some lightly enchanted armor. For a +1 shield, it would run you 1,500 gold.
1,500 gold. Okay, let me just see. Yeah, okay.
How much?
I have 500 gold.
Okay.
I could trade him my other shield as well. It's not magical,
All
but
right.
like it probably
So that's-
came with me.
So that's a 5 gold discount.
All right. Well, you don't need to do me like that. And technically, it's 10 gold.
Oh, my
according
mistake.
to
Sorry,
my
it's
inventory.
10 You're right.
Well, I don't know.
gold.
It
Well,
came
it's
from
been
Mount
used, though. It's been
Celestia.
used.
Maybe it's yeah, but like it's straight from the peak, you know?
It
It's
depreciates
forged by the
after you
so-called heavy
take the
weaponsmiths
shield out of the
themselves.
armory.
I was gonna say, as soon as you walk it out of the blacksmith shop, you know its price cuts in half.
Okay, well, that means I can't afford it, so I guess that's my week done.
Sorry, friend.
Nah.
All right, and Sophia?
Well, I have a debt to pay, so I imagine Ingrid spends the first week performing whatever Laurie's designated gigs are.
So, correct that. Good remembering. So you have made this deal. It does leave you time to do other things, but it does mean whatever checks you make this week or next week will be made at disadvantage since you are spending so much time also playing gigs.
When I started in this industry, I was a much younger woman, and, well, it does get harder as you get older.
Luckily, you're an elf, so you only need the 4 hours, so it's much easier for you to do this kind of stuff. But
that just means I can be booked to those late night gigs. You know, the city that never sleeps. That's what they call Sigil. And man, they take it very literally here. So I think the first week is a little bit of a recovery week for Ingrid, so I would like to just maybe make a performance check to see if I'm up to snuff with Laurie's gigs and getting back into the deal of it, and then maybe the second week I'll get into more downtimey stuff, if that's cool.
Yeah, certainly. If you want to forego any kind of check, that's fine.
Could I, just for the funsies of it, make a performance check to see how Ingrid's doing back in the saddle?
See, and there'll be no disadvantage on this one because it is you taking the time not to do something else, but to just focus on your performing. So go ahead, roll me that performance check and see what you get.
Ooh, not great. Not like literally exactly in the middle. I rolled a 10 plus 6, so that's gonna be 16.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's not you're not quite getting the standing ovations, but it would be incorrect to say that you've lost your touch in any kind of way. You're certainly still extremely talented. You know how to work the audience. There's a little bit of the je ne sais quoi that's missing, but no one is disappointed attending one of your shows. Everyone walks out like, man, it's as good as I remember, kind of thing. 16 is still well done.
I've still got it.
So, with the first week closing, you actually receive a visitor. So it is later on the afternoon at the end of the first week when a courier arrives and is escorted in by Agni. If you remember Agni, he's the Dragonborn who you guys screwed out of a job and then hired to work.
Oh yeah,
here.
It all worked out.
So
it all worked out.
Agni is almost always there. It seems he does take time off, but it only ever seems to be a few hours at a time. So even though he's technically there to watch the to watch the agency at night, he's there most of the time during the day. But he'll go away for like a couple hours, like 3 hours maybe, and then he'll be back again. He seems to take it very seriously, and is pretty relieved to have steady employment. So as this courier arrives, you see this Agni walks in, escorting, and kind of like knocks on the door to let you know. And to you, Ingrid says, "Got a visitor, boss." And you see this satyr walks in wearing a nice little uniform with a golden pin that reads PTC and has the twin mountains of Bitopia. You remember this is the sigil.
Yes, the Planar Trade
This is
Consortium.
sigil is correct here of the Planar Trade Consortium. Yes, and he walks in, kind of nervously looks around. He's not one of the usual Knights of the Post who deliver things. They're crooks. This guy's paid for by the Planar Trade Consortium. He walks in, looks around, and says, "I have a delivery for an Ingrid Starling of Open and Shut Investigations. Is this the right spot for that?"
Yes, I am she. Oh, please, your delivery. Do I need to sign for this, or?
Yes, you do. Actually, I have a couple things for you to sign. You see he reaches into a pouch that's clearly a bag of holding, reaches in, pulls out what looks like it's leather, and it's about, 8 inches long. It's cylindrical. It's pretty small, but there's like a little leather roll. He places it down on the desk, kind of heavy sound, and then he produces a whole folder of things. And he says, so I have, first off, for you to sign to let them know to ensure that it was delivered correctly, to let them know that it went to the right person, if you could sign there. And then the rest of these are your contract for your retainer by the Planar Trade Consortium in order to make that official.
Ah, wonderful. I'm happy to sign for any of the delivery forms now, but I will need to look over the contract before signing. you understand how these things work. I have to read the fine print.
Understood, yeah. I was told by Lazaro that the first payment is for you, whether you sign or not. If you don't sign, then consider it a thank you. If you do sign, then it is your first week's stipend. And, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'll look this over tonight and get back to you. Pleasure.
Okay.
Sign, sign, sign. Big flourish. The I has a huge heart dot on it, or some. You know what? No, it's the finest cursive that common would allow.
All right. You sign. He takes the form that says that you received the package and does his little satyr hop on out.
Aw. Meech, darling, look. Break out the bifocals. We've got forms to read.
Meech goes over and starts rolling around the package that was delivered.
Maybe there's grapes in there. I'd like to open the package.
Sure. You open the package. Inside you find a roll of coins. There are 10 platinum coins inside.
So that's 100 gold?
It's 100 gold, yeah.
Cool.
Well, it is nice to be appreciated. I plan on just signing the contract. I assume, they're probably on the up and up, but if I could read the fine print, I don't know if there's a role for that.
Yeah, go ahead, make an investigation check. Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Is this at disadvantage because of my performances?
No, I would say that those would be time-sensitive tasks.
Okay.
Disadvantage, so I'll allow a straight roll here.
It's a 26.
26. Yeah, so there are... the contract is not trying to... There's no hoodwinking involved here, right? They're not trying to get one buy on you. But it is made very clear that this is a contractual obligation, and that any assignments, that anything you get up to is the act of independent agents, legally speaking, and not an act of the Planar Trade Consortium. So
Gotcha.
It seems that it's even when they're asking you to do things, these are actions you are undertaking. You can forego the contract at any time if you wish, and you have a weekly stipend of 100 gold pieces, or 10 platinum pieces as it says, but you can get paid more for other jobs that you take on, and it lists that more rewards can be negotiated in the future, basically.
Cool. I will relay all this to the rest of the agency as they arrive or are going about their day, just to kind of be like, hey, this is the contract we got from our last, from the Goodwill of the Planar Trade Commission. I would like to sign it, but I want to make sure that you guys, it's important to me that, everyone is legally in the correct, as it were. So, this is what this says, this is the clause, this is the price. Obviously, I think the right way to divide it would be to put a portion aside for the maintenance of the space, and then the rest can be divided equally amongst ourselves. But just so you know what you're signing, this is what the contract is, and if you have any objections, please let me know sooner rather than later, because my intent is to sign and make us retainers of the Planar Trade Commission.
Seems fine to me.
Excellent. I'll also divide up the gold 4 ways, so or the 10 platinum, so it would be essentially 25 gold each, but 25 of it being put aside for any expenses that open it, party funds, any expenses that open a show might incur.
Yeah.
Well, with that signed, the courier comes back, collects your signed forms, and we enter week 2. What else would anyone like to do?
The train crashed in the slags, right?
The train crashed in the slags, correct.
Ooptekler would like to go back to the crash, and because things were pretty hectic the last time they left that area. But last that they saw, the train car that had all the treasure was being was strewn on the street, and all the people in the slags are basically trying to they were at a mad dash to collect what they can. I'd like to go back and see what the state of things are now in the slags, at that train crash, to see how things are being handled there.
Yeah, so more than a week later at this point, how do I describe? it's not that there's no evidence, because no one cares to repair any of the broken walls of the slags or the smashed-in street, but all bits of train and treasure are gone. And if you didn't know the slags, because the slags is already a ruin, looking around, you would never know that a train crashed into this place a week ago. It's all been cleaned up rather quickly.
Ooptekler will find the first person they can see and just be like, "Hey, were you here last week? Or a couple of weeks ago when the train crashed? What happened to that? What do you guys do for that?"
So you grab a random passerby on the street. You see this orc woman is walking by, and you grab her, and you're like, what happened to that? She looks over, and she's like, oh, it's not my train. What would I know about it?
There was a bunch of gold. You guys weren't going after it? I'd go after
Still
it.
Gold?
I don't know. That's what I was asking you about.
She goes off to start looking around. Do you want to make like an investigation or perception check?
Sure. 10.
10. Looks like they picked it up pretty concisely. That's pretty definitively everything is gone as you start looking around. There are no material things left over, just evidence of the train crashing. Presumably the Planar Trade Consortium had a lot of people on this job picking up all that treasure that was being taken off plane.
It doesn't look like there have been any signs that anyone in the slags profited from said crash, like they got gold or anything like that. Or was it all collected by the Planar Trade Consortium?
Oh, good question. No, people definitely made off with it. Make me a perception check.
Okay, 13.
13, you spend like a whole day here kind of investigating around, and you see walking by the slags someone who's heading out into the hive ward. Kind of, if you remember where the hospital was that you guys thought was, well, that you guys know is definitely butchering people, but wasn't butchering the one person you were looking for for one time.
Yeah.
You see someone who is, wearing the normal kind of drab sigil. There's a lot of, it's a lot of like soot on it. They probably spend some time up in the what's the name of the ward? The ward that your shop is in, where it's all the smoke and soot and stuff like that. You see that they're pretty dirty, except they're wearing pristine, bright red leather shoes.
Okay. All right, I'll take it.
Like definitely recently purchased, and stands out from the rest of their outfit.
All right, I won't bother them or anything like that. The last thing that I'll ask, and I'll spend the rest of my week on, is like spending more time in like the slags and the hive ward or anything like that. Do I ever come across someone who just seems to be like helping?
That's a great question. Do you ever come across anyone who just seems to be helping? So in the hive ward, you know that the hospital is there. The excuse me, it's been months since we played, so I'm starting to forget names of things.
Yeah, but it's the hospital that like is definitely butchering people.
No, sorry. No, there is that hospital, but there's also where Alfax works, right?
Oh, sure.
Where you guys went. Hold on, let me find it in the hive ward. The gatehouse, where you saved all those people that one time. The gatehouse is absolutely, definitely a charitable place that is here in the hive ward, and. You know what? Go ahead and make me... I'm asking you to make a lot of checks here, but go ahead and make me like another carousing check. Make a perception, but use charisma.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank God, that's so much better. 22.
So as you kind of like listen around, you do hear whisper on the streets of like vigilantism. Of some people that are saying like, look, everyone in the hive ward is everyone except Beleg is cutting corners somewhere, right? There is no one here has their nose completely clean, but there certainly are fouler people, right? There are different levels to the nastiness that the ward gets up to, and you start to hear some word of some people who've been roughed up a little bit, at night, closer to anti-peak, as we'd say, midnight here in Sigil, close to anti-peak, that some people have been roughed up, and some people think that it's like it must be in like a group of people, and then most people, the common consensus is there's no way on earth that some coalition has formed, taking on the the villainy of the hive ward. it must just be one person who thinks very highly of themselves, who thinks they can handle the problem. No way you could find 2 or even 5, definitely not 5 people who would be stupid enough to take on the underbelly of Sigil. But there are rumors of someone who's trying to help out.
Okay. Could Ooptaglor have gotten that information while, like, trying to offer their services at the gatehouse?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I think that on a 22, you hear from someone who has met you hear from someone who was there when this vigilante saved them, right? You hear testimony from someone firsthand who describes how the person seemed to float down out of nowhere. They were like in a tight alley, and this person seemed to like strangely descend down, and that they told this person, this is not common knowledge by anyone, but that this victim they were helping get to the gatehouse to get them checked out, and that the vigilante gave the name Fane, Fane.
Fane? Huh.
Fane.
Huh.
Ooh.
Okay. Cool.
All right. And that's definitely a whole week. So going on to the second person, Beleg.
Has no further ideas of what to do. Probably just gonna go back to work.
Fair enough. Sophia.
I received a mysterious package right before we went to break, and I would like to start following up on it. Ingrid removes the secret floorboard and begins to adjust her conspiracy board, which now contains the information on Laurel Lockwood, the previous owner of Open and Shut Investigations. And I believe it was like the dead bookers, or am I misremembering the wording on the note?
Yep, the dead bookers, which is slang for the people who work at the mortuary. So
Yeah.
the people who come around and collect the dead of Sigil. Because Sigil is in its own plane, you have to do something with all the dead, or they would pile up in the streets. So there's not places to bury them here. There are no cemeteries because it's a finite city within a plane that you can't make more space makes more space in. So they all go to the mortuary, and then most of the time they get sent off-world. So the mortuary, which is very close to where the agency is actually, is where all that happens. And the people who do the collecting, the people who do the processing, are called, they call them the dead bookers.
Ingrid is going to put on her biggest cat-eye sunglasses and her headscarf and saunter on over, looking like the damest of all dames. And I'd like to go there, and my main goal in investigating right now is to confirm Laurel Lockwood's presence, alive or dead, with the dead bookers, whether or not they have processed him, so to speak, or if they haven't, is he still mysteriously disappearing, or has he turned up?
Okay, so this place is not easy to get into. You usually need a good reason. So how are you planning to get in and find out this information? It's not really a public municipal building like the Hall of Records that you've been to is. These people are way more spooky and on the, what's on the, not on the up and up, I guess I should say. So what does Ingrid intend to do?
Is there a front door?
There's a big ass gate.
I'm gonna go up and see if it's locked to start.
Yeah, it's totally locked, and there's not even people to let you in. If you wait for a little while, what happens is that dead bookers, or corpse collectors is what they would call themselves. Everyone else calls them the dead bookers. But the corpse collectors will come and let themselves in. So they'll like come by with, bring out your dead cart and unlock the gate to go in themselves.
Ingrid's gonna be pretty direct in this, I think. She's kind of hoping that her being so intent and focused on getting in and talking to somebody is going to be just off-putting enough that she will kind of blunder her way. The initial dead bookers will kind of let her just blunder in, as they don't know what to do with guests. So she's waiting either to ring a bell or to wait for dead bookers to come by and just start following them in. Like, excuse me, I need to speak to somebody.
You see this woman comes up, and human woman, and she's got like face totally wrapped up. She's got like some sort of like crude goggles up over her face, big heavy gloves, very very like Frankenstein doctor outfit, and goes to unlock the huge padlock that's on. You walk up and you ask that. You ask to get in. She looks you up and down. She goes, "You dead?"
Not yet, darling, and I certainly hope I don't look that old.
Okay. Piss off.
No, hold up. I do have a matter concerning potentially the dead, and that's sort of the whole crux of the question, isn't it? I need to confirm if you have processed a certain individual, and if you have not, then I have a lot more questions to ask elsewhere, but this is this is what I figured the best place to go would be to find out if someone had died in Sigil.
Go ahead and make me a persuasion check.
Okay. Persuasion, awesome. That is a 21.
She goes, "You family the person died?"
I'm the closest living acquaintance. Is that enough?
She like kind of considers acquaintance, so being that he owes you money? Is that what it is?
No, I inherited a business from him, and I want to ensure that I actually own it. Also, he was doing a job for me, and I'd like to know if that job was completed.
Well, if he is dead, you definitely own the business then.
You can see why I'm so eager to confirm.
Alright, come in. We'll check real quick. All this way. And, don't do any of the docking thing anymore, alright?
I'll mime. Lips are sealed, throw the key away, and give her a big wink.
Yeah, that's why I like the dead, alright. And, she brings you in.
Ingrid is a master of silent film.
You'll get a cursory look through from her on your successful persuasion check. And she basically comes back with, we got no record of Laura Lockwood. Like, she gets the time frame of when this must have happened, and comes back to let you know, we got no one by the name of Laura Lockwood come through here. Could have been a John Doe kind of situation. Impossible to say at this point.
Wow. Austin, can you remind me what was in the package that I received? I know it was like a note, and I think the coat of the detective, or like because the detective had left the note talk about the dead bookers, so I kind of expected not to find him here, but
yeah, no, it was his clothes, including his fedora, his detective fedora, but yeah, otherwise pretty nondescript clothes, an overcoat and his fedora, and tucked within the hat, hidden away, such that only a detective like yourself could have found it. There was a note that read, "To the cutter who finds this, in over my head. Feels like I'm being watched. Figure they're about to put my name in the book, but the case ain't closed yet. If you're trying to find me, I just finished chatting with," this is capitalized, "the dead. Best start there. LL."
well, this has been most helpful. It seems that I have more investigations and inquiries to make. The dead bookers aren't in the habit of sending the belongings of these John Does to their last residence or anything, are you?
Yeah, part of the job.
And how do you determine, where to send things?
Usually family member comes and claims it.
Do you have a particular department or person who's in charge of this?
Whatever corpse collected the body, usually.
If anyone recalls a fedora or anything about this Laura Lockwood, potentially anyone who might match the description of the John Doe, if you would be so kind, I would appreciate a message sent to my residence. I am a detective of sorts, and, well, I'd like to detect, and I'll give her a business card for open and shut investigations.
Alright, yeah, if anyone recalls a hat, I'll send him to the chatty one. Got it.
Look at it this way. We don't have to chat anymore. Ta-ta! And I'm gonna walk out.
Alright.
Yeah.
That brings us to the end of the second week. You receive a second payment, so go ahead and write down another 10 platinum, so another 25 gold pieces to each of you, including, I guess, you're just putting some in Everard's desk.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh.
Oh, for splitting it 5 ways, like, 20% of the or
It's four ways
yeah,
right
20%
now.
of the
We'll
business
see if
and then
maybe
20.
that changes in a little bit.
okay.
Because it's
Well,
yeah.
the following day, a little bit after lunch, which I'm sure Beleg has taken full advantage of,
Oh yeah, a little bit before lunch, but after second breakfast.
you see not one Dragonborn, Agni, but two enter the shop. The second, a Dragonborn you've seen before and dealt with on a couple of occasions, Lazaro of the Planar Trade Consortium, is there wearing much the same outfit that he did the first time you ever met him, although it's a different color. I believe he was wearing like a green last time. Now he's wearing this this deep, rich purple tunic. But dressed like almost identically the same, just kind of palette swapped. Still has the pin proudly displayed on the breast, and acknowledges each of you in turn here, and then turns to Ingrid, motions as if to say, "May I have a seat?"
Ah, Lazaro, darling, please come in, have a seat. Coffee, tea.
No, thank you. I am quite fine right now. I just wanted to say, first off, good after peak,
And to you.
and we are very glad to have you on board.
It's our pleasure. I think this will be a very satisfying arrangement for us all.
Indeed, I agree with this, and it is on that business that you find me here today. It is come to my attention that some work needs doing, and I suspected you may be the perfect people for the job. So, if you are willing, we have a job that needs doing that requires discretion. If this is something you are capable of.
It may
Glimmering
surprise you to
gently in
know.
the corner.
Ingrid, like,
Discretion, you say?
petting the fancy rat that lives on her desk, like, discretion is our specialty.
Wunderbar. So, since you're interested, we will go ahead. He pulls out a business card and signs his name and also writes an address. Payment in advance. Should the job be successfully completed, you will find that you may cash out, so to speak, at this location. And in the meantime, I will need to take leave because the nature of the job requires a certain amount of deniability. And so instead, I will turn you over to a colleague. He motions from outside, and then walking in, someone who did not enter with Lazaro and Agni, but has clearly been waiting outside for this moment. Olivia, would you please describe your character?
Absolutely. You see coming into the room an old 70-something-year-old man who is very surprisingly springy for his age, with a big suitcase that he carries with that is bursting with paperwork, and he has little glasses and high-waisted pants that probably go up past his nipples, definitely for sure.
Love him.
With on top of that, suspenders to make sure they stay exactly there. And he comes in what could only be described as like pelvis first.
Good start. Very
strong.
promising.
And he comes in and a bit timid, and he waits for the confirmation from Lazaro and comes in and says, "Hello, I am Dr. Eustace Bangs. I will be your, I suppose, handler for this case. It's, I don't usually go out in the field, but I'm very excited." And then he just places his suitcase down, and it kind of pops up with like just archive on archive, like just information, research about probably in the entire city of Sigil, but just all kinds of paperwork that he's going to be presenting to you now. He kind of sets up a little presentation, I think,
We've
in
got
a way that...
a
Amazing.
board around here somewhere, if you'd like. Where does it go? And start
Oh, yes, please.
No need. You may have my chair. Lazaro stands up and gives a nod to each of the three of you. I leave you in the capable hands. You will receive the details of the job from Eustace. Turns to you, Olivia, and says, Eustace, right? Sorry. Yes, Eustace.
No, yes,
Names are
Eustace
tough for me,
Bangs.
so names are tough for me. You'll find me asking several times, but and then turns to Eustace and says, "You are sure that you are capable of handling this?"
I got it. Don't worry.
Okay. Good day. Good luck. And Lazaro will take his leave. Also, Olivia, I did promise that if you did an unsustainably crazy voice, that I would grant you an inspiration. So, you need an inspiration. Go ahead and mark it down on your character sheet.
Nice.
Inspirations,
Playing to win, baby.
use them not re-rolls, but on a roll you fail, you can spend an inspiration, and basically you get like a free bardic inspiration dice. So this can help push you up a little bit if you've just barely missed a check.
Excellent.
Bardic inspirations are D8s now.
And it occurs to me that a lot of our conversation was over text. So the city is pronounced Sigil, which it should not be, but that is how it is. That is not how you would. That is not how you say the word, but it is how you say the city. So yes.
Maybe Dr. Bangs is an out-of-towner. Maybe he doesn't know.
Well.
Maybe it's like when you go to New York, you can tell the tourists because they're the ones looking up. It's like, are you pronouncing it sigil? Okay, this is your first week.
Well, I think that's the funniest. I think he's only read it. It's like so in the archives that he has only read it.
Incredible.
Well, Dr. Eustace, what do you have to say to the group? All of you see this gentleman setting up presentation, kind of bumbling over and going through all of these different forms and records and transcripts.
Yes.
This is a lot more prep than we normally get.
I do love my paperwork, so I have some maps for you all. Basically, I've never snuck into anywhere before. I'm sure you can imagine I'm not the one going on these very dangerous missions that you clearly are so accustomed to. But basically my position at the consortium is that of an archivist. I'm the lead collections management archivist at the Planar Trade Consortium. I essentially keep all of the information together. It was not my dream. I suppose I always had a dream of working, something bigger, maybe the Hall of Records, but I definitely, I went to school and, I'm a doctor, so it costs quite a bit of money, and I've been working for the Planar Trade Consortium because they did give me a loan, and so I'm still paying off that loan. But this mission, I decided to take a job that had a little more pay to it, and I'm hoping to pay off the loan soon, and so I'm hoping you can help me. I have some information on this actually, I don't know if it's an object. It's something that we need to retrieve more information on, and I was hoping that you could help me get this bigger job.
Well,
it would mean a lot.
Well,
The league is
Doctor-
gauging the age of this man and just being like, how long did you say you were working to pay off that loan for, sir?
I've got to pay off this loan. I'm 2 days from retirement.
It's been quite some time. I only have 25 more payments on it, but I think if I do this job, then maybe I could just scoot it on over the line.
Well, we are certainly seasoned finders of information, Doctor. Perhaps be best if you started with what we were looking for and where it's located.
Yeah, I'll put
Excellent
a kettle on. Do you prefer
question.
coffee or tea?
I can't do caffeine anymore.
Okay, milk it is.
Tepid
It's good
water.
stuff. Filling. Get your protein in.
Okay. I don't know what we're looking for exactly, but I do know the paperwork when I see it. I do also know where it is, and then at this Dr. Eustace starts pulling out, I guess not pulling out, but sectioning off out of the crazy piles, probably more specific information to what you see is a blueprint of the Fortune's Wheel casino.
Fuck.
Hell.
God damn it.
This is just like I just saw a production of Water Planes 99 the other day, and this sounds just like that.
What did you say?
Water Planes 99, you know, like Ocean's 11.
Just trying to do Ocean's 11.
God damn it.
99, it's a whole different number category
Well,
for
when you
me.
start getting
that throws me
into
for a loop.
like elementals, it gets a little bit nebulous.
I haven't even seen the
99 people
first
for that
one.
job?
I'm just imagining a heist intro that just
Everyone
keeps
left
going.
with 12 gold. What a
Don't worry,
scene.
I know a guy and a guy and a girl.
It's the scene with Rusty and Ocean. Like, Rusty's at the bar and he's like, "You need one? Do you think we need one more?" I think we need one more. But it's that, like, 75 more times after they introduce
Too many Cook
fucking,
sketch
like-
buffer, I know a guy.
It's those MCU edits where they just keep adding more people to the endgame
It's
portal.
the Lord of the Rings edit where every
Gandalf
time
shows up,
Sam
and the
says,
Power
"This is the
Rangers."
farthest I've ever been." every step he takes, it's the farthest step he's taken outside the Shire.
We're reaching ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny levels.
Oh no!
Oh, fuck. Okay.
The Fortune's Wheel, you said.
Yes,
So
the
yes,
Fortune's Wheel.
It's in. So we received some information. One of the more, I guess, nefarious positions at the consortium received lots of information. I just oh my goodness, I'm having a stroke.
It's
categorize
Sorry,
it.
no. Deep breaths.
Sorry,
Take a seat.
that happens. I should sit down. It was a long walk here. Okay, so we received some information that the owner of the Fortune's Wheel, I'm sure you are familiar with her. I don't go to the casino, but Shemeska, yes. So she recently came into possession of this item that we don't know exactly what it is, but hey, that's not for me to know. It's just for me to find the information. And I do know where they have the information on where they're storing it. I just need to get in, and I can't get in. So once we can get into their filing system, that's when I will know what to do.
When you say you can't get in, do you mean that you can't get into where the filing system is stored, or to the entirety of the casino itself?
Oh, no, well, okay. To be honest, I might have a bit of a gambling problem.
Oh, well, that's no.
They kicked me out maybe 10 years ago, and I haven't been able to go back. But the Planar Trade doesn't really know that, and so when I took the job, I didn't think it would be this hard. But yes, I can't get in the building.
They kick you out of casinos for gambling too much?
It's really bad.
Oh, okay, sir.
I lose money quite aggressively.
I kind of thought the casino would like that sort of thing. Isn't that how they make money?
Well, when I lose all that money and I'm drunk, it was 10 years ago. It was a long time. I caused a scene. It was quite bad. We don't need to get into it. Let's keep it professional here.
Of course, sir. Very
Of course.
serious.
I can't get in
Come on.
is the bottom line. I can't
Okay.
get in. I need your help getting in. Once we get in, we'll get the paperwork, and then hopefully you'll get me out. I'm just a little nervous because I've never broken into some place.
Well, it'll be a breeze, I'm sure. The object they're trying to find, Obtaglor, that wouldn't sound at all familiar to the item that your sibling stole, did it?
I know the name of it. Will that help you?
Oh.
I don't know what it looks like, but I do know what it's called.
Yes.
Yeah, the name
please.
could probably help.
Also, I don't
Yes.
think we know that Ooptaglor Scopin stole the... are you talking about the rod of 7 parts?
Well, we don't. Hey.
I
Let's
know.
not metagame here.
I guess I'm thinking
I was
of
speaking out of character here.
tube object. I don't know. We don't know what.
I think we know that a scroll case was involved,
Yeah.
but we don't know what
Yeah.
was
Yes,
in it.
you know about the scroll case.
Didn't we get
Yeah.
hired to give that to them? It's been a while.
We were hired to give it to Shemeshka. We
Right.
didn't know that Scopin was involved in that.
Right.
And we don't know what Scopin stole.
Maybe.
Cool. Okay,
But the name of
amazing.
the item would still be useful.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
I do have the name. Sorry, I'm going a bit fast. The Chronosphere of Lagos.
Chronosphere of Lagos.
That
does not sound
complicated.
scroll-shaped. That
Yeah,
sounds
I think-
sphere-shaped.
This one might not be our fault.
Oh. Has any of us heard of the chronosphere of Lagos?
Any
Wait,
of you
Lagos,
can
like the country?
make Lagos, like the country, yeah.
Yes.
Not a country in the Planescape, so that's not
Yes,
what it is.
it is
Anyone can
like
make
the
anyone can
country.
make a history check if they would like to.
Why not?
Yeah.
The worst they can say is 1. 2.
Ooh. 22.
Hey-oh.
12.
Take my energy. Wow, we
Okay.
just made a perfect
2,
staircase.
no. 12, no. 22. You remember some stories you might have heard about this. It's really, like, you never heard it referred to by its full name here, but Chronosphere is definitely a strange enough name that you're like, oh, I've heard of that. The last you recall, so on a 22, it is definitely a magic item. It's definitely powerful. It's somewhat legendary. No one really agrees if it exists or not. The rumor around it is that it's some sort of like, how would I describe this in universe terms and not mechanical terms? It is some sort of like, I want to use the word constitution, but I don't want you to get the wrong idea and think I'm referring to mechanical constitution. I'm talking about like flavor-wise constitution, some sort of like empowering constitution boosting device, right? It like makes you more powerful or like more resilient or something like that. And the last you heard, it was like a secret. It wasn't like a thing. It was like an inscription or something like that.
I think I actually know less now.
Well, it's see,
everything-
this is the whole thing. It's couched in mystery in a way that even the legendary, like we just talking about the Rod of Seven Parts. The Rod of Seven Parts wouldn't be like that was a famous thing that happened, you know, a long time ago, and so people might never might believe that it would be impossible to find, but people have heard of it, right? It is not so for this thing. This is like a weird rumor. So yeah, it's some sort of empowering magical item, but you've also heard that it's more like an inscription. It's something you read, or like a spell. Like spell wasn't how they described it. Maybe it's a spell, or it's just knowledge. Like you read it and you learn it. It's something like that.
Yeah, Ooptegler relayed all of that to the group. It might not even be a thing, you know? It might just be a saying.
Well, it sounds like our goal is not to get that saying or thing or whatever it is, so much as the location of it. So I suppose we kind of table that for now and focus instead on breaking into the fortune's wheel.
Is it not at the Fortune's Wheel, or is the location at the Fortune's Wheel? Like, the knowledge of the location is at the Fortune's Wheel.
So, unclear to me, but I think it might be there at the Fortune's Wheel. If it's not there, then we'd be in the place where it would say where it is.
Understood.
Because that's where they're tracking all. That's where I come in. So because I've been dealing with the Planar Trade and all of their, comings and goings of their ships and companies we've been dealing with, and kind of, I am very familiar with archival work. So if you could get me into their archives, I could find this thing, or maybe find where it is.
Well, it sounds like the goal is clear enough, at least. Break into the archives.
Oh.
I might have a rather simple solution, and I pull out my hat of disguise.
What is that?
All right, where are we going with this?
I will put it on, and I will just turn into, I'll say Agni. I'll turn into Agni. I could lend this to you for a spell, and you could just turn into whomever you want. We would just be able to walk into the Fortune's Wheel, and then once we actually get in, the sneaking part is still something we have to sort of iron out and hammer out and figure out. But the actual act of getting into the building, into the facility, might be as simple as this.
DM, can I enter my mind palace to try and remember if there was any magical enchantments guarding the entrance to the Fortune's Wheel that dispels anything like that?
Yeah, go ahead and make a history check to it. But I will say, Eustace does know a little something about the defenses here and why
I do. Sorry, it's on the paperwork and I forget.
It's all good. That was.
But I don't know about anything about the front gate. to be
It's
fair.
that it's not the front gate. It's the bouncer and floor manager. It's Valerio.
Well, I rolled
Got
a
it.
dirty 20.
And just looking different won't fool him.
Got it. Okay. Yes, that would be good, except the bouncer is very familiar with me, and we might not be able to walk in the front door. He's very good at spotting me immediately, despite many disguises.
That must have been quite a fuss you kicked up.
I don't like to think about it a
Hey,
lot.
no judgment. It's casinos bring out the worst in all of us. Okay.
I was a different man back then.
Hey.
It was a different time.
Oh.
I was going through a divorce.
Oh, dear.
Oh my. I'll put the kettle on. Pour
I
some more
don't
milk.
drink tea. Milk.
Oh,
I
no.
never got the first one.
Sorry, sir. It got buried under the paperwork. Let me dig it out for you. Warm it up a little bit.
One of the gigs that Lori had mentioned was playing at the Fortune's Wheel. Did I do that gig? And do I know if there is a back performers entrance or anything that's maybe out of the guidance of the bouncer, to get into any backstage
Great
area?
question. So you haven't done that gig. You turned down that gig.
I did.
But it might be possible to get another one. I mean, he got it for you in the first place, and he's been getting a lot of work for you. As for if there's a back performers, you haven't performed there, so you don't know. But that is something that you could learn from Lori. And the last thing you asked was normal security means, and you do know that there are bouncers and security guards who wander around, but you don't know of any. And by you don't know of any, I'd say you don't think there are any magical wards at the front, right? There's no big dispel magic. It just with her clientele just wouldn't work, you know.
If someone wants to disguise
Too many of them are
a
shapeshifted
nice little,
beings or
outfit.
powerfully magical things that would not stand. Even Modrons walking through would just peter out and fall over walking through a big dispel magic field. So and they're she uses them for a bunch of stuff. So it's just not convenient to have, not practical really, to have a big dispel magic or something like that at the front.
My dear doctor.
I think I also. Oh, sorry.
Oh yes, I was.
Go ahead.
In your many files, do you perhaps have floor plans, any sort of information regarding the Fortune's Wheel? Perhaps we could.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
Begin a montage of sorts.
You do have floor plans, and I've showed it on Roll20 if anyone would like to take a look.
Ooh.
I spread this out on the table.
Heist plan.
Heist. Guys, we're doing
Alright,
a heist.
so
I also think I've marked. Eustace has marked the it's basically the blueprint construction map of the Fortune's Wheel, which is all he could probably acquire that was known about this place. Along with that has noted security that is active. There are some invisible scrying eyes that we know of, but we don't know where they are, and just the security is laid on top of the main map.
Awesome.
yeah, so if you'd like, I'll give you a quick rundown
Please.
of the location so you can make plans. So you'll see that there's on the left a large blue area, and that is a welcoming tavern area. There's a hotel that's up that flight of stairs there. There's a small stage. This is not the stage you would perform on, obviously, Ingrid.
Never.
That's not the main stage. This is they have more normal bars in here. This is a fancy but still accessible tavern area for people who, need a break from the gambling, or people who are from out of plane coming in and staying here, where they can get, breakfast without ever having to leave the casino. Going through, you see that there's hallway goes south. It brings you past the, what's the word I'm looking for? The exchange, where you get you turn your coin into razor leaves, which are the gambling chips in this place. Brings you down through a hallway and then up into a big room that has a statue of Shemeshka. Uktagor has been here before and recognizes all of this. Statue of Shemeshka, and she's spewing coins instead of water. Then it opens out into the casino floor. There's all kinds of games everywhere. You'll see that huge red area is the casino floor. There's a bar to the south, a bar carved out of ice. And on the right, there's a blue platform, which is the main stage. It leads backstage into, you'll see there are backstage areas for the performers to dress, get ready. There are storage rooms, and there is a back access hallway, which runs along the east and north of the entire building. Those rooms that are very pretty color at the north side, that green, purple, blue, and yellow, those are private rooms for certain gambling events. And that beautiful glowing thing kind of in the middle on the north there, that's the Fortune's Wheel. That's where Uktagor sat and did their spins. There's also a door to the north that leads to those are the backstage for the workers, and then Shemeshka has her own spot here, and that's where that door leads. And there are no records for what Shemeshka's actual, like, it's like her penthouse basically, right? Mm-hmm. There's no records for what that looks like.
And the archive or archival information would be stored in one of these, like, light blue officey looking spaces, or?
Well, maybe.
The security room is to the left. It's that pale blue. Mm-hmm. That is where security sits and keeps an eye. And yeah, so for you, Eustace, you don't know exactly, but you know that records are kept in the private rooms, probably in security, and definitely in Shemeshka's like private thing. And the security that goes up for each one means different records. So you don't know where it would be, but you do know there's a bit of risk-reward here thing, where it's like you can break into the lower places, but you don't know what you're going to find there. You'll find better stuff at the riskier places, you know that, but it's higher risk. So there's this, like, you know, you don't know exactly where to go just yet, but you do know that you'll get better answers the scarier the place you're going.
Yes, I turn back to, I say, it could be in their just general archival information. However, I find that when anyone at the Planar Trade Consortium has very, very good information, it doesn't often go into, like, just the regular cabinets. It's often behind very, very safe locked doors. And so I personally think something of this might be found in the private quarters of Shemeshka.
I'm inclined to agree. It feels like
I'm getting good at this investigating.
Wonderful, darling. If we're going to break into the Fortune's Wheel, it feels like we should break into the Fortune's Wheel. No, do it up. It doesn't.
Well,
measures don't seem like they'd be very good, because I'm pretty sure we're only going to get to do this once.
If I may ask, though, why exactly are we... Like, this object might even not be an object, might be a concept. Why does the Planar Trade Consortium think that Shemeshka shouldn't have it? Or want it for themselves, or vice versa?
That is so far above my pay grade. I just go get the thing. That's all they told me.
Okay, cool.
I mean, Beleg, is this not something you're comfortable with?
Oh, I mean, you know, robbery not exactly my forte. Morally,
me neither.
Yeah, see, this guy gets it. It's just, you know, we've only spent a little bit of time in the Fortune's Wheel, and that Shemeshka, well, you know, I don't doubt that she's got various things going on that probably up to no good, but just feels a little bit questionable. You know, the Planar Trade Consortium, they've done good work before. It's just, I don't know how much on retainer for solving their problems has turned into stealing from somebody else.
Oh. Well, I think you already signed the contract.
Yeah, I think I did.
Oh.
We'll find a role.
He's got
for
us there.
I personally love this idea. I do think that there is something to be said for really getting into the gears of the place. And internally in her mind, Ingrid is thinking, and also that one guy who worked here did say he had a bunch of information about my missing detective, so perhaps I can kind of co-op some stuff here. But Beleg, I understand that this is not your forte, and as one of the two people who does not feed the giant person-eating maze, perhaps...
yeah, Noir, were you feeding the maze?
In Ooptagler's
What?
grief, did they miss a
know.
week or two?
The moment Ooptagler does remember, I don't know when it would be within those 2 weeks, but the moment Ooptagler remembers, they'll go ahead and do it. Maybe give it a little extra pig just to sate Maze.
All right, yeah, go ahead, mark off the gold. You're good. I mean,
Okay.
you Noir, the person forgot because it's been months, but I don't think that. It's supposed to be so weird for you, Olivia, to describe all this weird shit they've done in the past. I don't think
I
that
kinda love
Ooptagler
hearing
would
it for
forget
the
to
first
feed the
time
monster
as
house
Yusuf, though.
that you discovered.
Okay, wait. So there is a monster house that is being
There's
fed.
a monster house that eats.
What?
Yes,
it
yes,
used to
Maze.
eat
We've all
people,
heard of him.
And now Ooptagler and our missing buddy Evrard were feeding it pigs and sometimes villainous ne'er-do-wells, but mostly
Well, I don't know if
pigs.
either of us officially know
We
that
don't
part,
know that
but-
in character, but out of character, we bemoaned it greatly. And, all this to say, Beleg, perhaps in planning our heist, as it were, we can ensure that your role in it is less of the thievery department and more of the, something else?
Well, I was a little bit less concerned about that and more that I've never really been tremendously good at the stealth part.
Well,
so,
I
you
do
know,
have some
even
thoughts.
before we got to the morals.
Me neither. Look,
Yeah.
we have so much in common.
Yeah, this guy gets it.
It seems like...
Am I the stealth guy? No. Ingrid's the stealth guy, but Ingrid's performing. Wait, hold on. What's Ingrid's role in all of
Okay,
this?
I have
think we should focus on a
I have some
plan.
Yeah.
ideas that we could form into a plan. So looking at this blueprint, and I would like the Ocean's 11 music to start playing in the background. And
Are you going to
The
commission?
the
you
screen
commissioning
says
we're all
Ocean's
gonna
11
start,
music?
yeah,
Heist
screen
time,
spinning,
time.
some slides to cross,
The soda bird.
wipe
Well, they
the
do a wipe
screen.
transition.
Yeah. So as we can see, I haven't performed at the Fortune's Wheel personally, but I do have an inn that could potentially arrange a gig. This could be our way to get the good doctor here backstage and past the bouncer in order to achieve access to Shemeshka's personal quarters, because it does seem like if we're going to do this, we might as well gun it for the big guys. Posing as my entourage, as it were. Doctor and I'll get in through the performer's entrance and sneak you backstage. Now, the backstage, if you look here, it does connect to the hallway that connects to Shemeshka's. So we should be able to get you through that hallway and into the compartment where you'll be able to look for your necessary location and or concept and or thing. It probably would behoove us to not send everyone into Shemeshka's personal quarters. Perhaps this is an Ooptagler and the Doctor kind of thing, and Beleg, you're sort of keep watch on the opposite end of the hallway. You're a very trusting person, so it seems like you'd probably be able to at least keep guards off of the door.
As a trusting person, you think I'll be able to deceive people away from investigating a security
I think
breach?
you'll be able to very genuinely ask them about what they've been eating for lunch and have a long conversation or something, you know? Keep the conversation flowing. Distraction does not have to be devious, mon frere.
The cuisine in that place is probably pretty whack.
Another alternative would be to form some sort of large distraction. Now, this could be a performance, but I'd have to be on the top of my game. Or it could be a halfling having an incredible run of luck or an incredible feast, perhaps.
Huh. Gambling. All right, we'll get back to that one.
The details we worked out, but basically my general idea at this moment, and please, anyone who has an idea, feel free to chime in, sneak everyone in through performers access and then get plans and escape?
Well, that sounds
Honestly, that's pretty much as thought out as I think we can handle. So, I'm a fan of it.
Is this your regular job? I feel like plans are a little more organized than this. Is this?
The sticky wicket is still getting Eustace past Valerio.
Where in
who
this
is
map is
known for
Valerio
his
posted?
Valerio is often at the front door, often wandering the floor. And he is his whole bit is that he has a great sense of smell. He never forgets a smell. And so he can sniff
I'm
out
there.
if he's left to his own devices, he can sniff out people who aren't supposed to be there.
And this is just like mundane in the way that like a bloodhound would have a good sense of smell, or does he have he can
Yes.
magically smell things? Okay.
I mean, I know a few really aromatic recipes, but I have a feeling this can't
I was
possibly be
gonna
the
say,
first
do we
time
just
that's been
really
tried.
perfume up the doctor?
Well, I just feel like maybe, and hey, this is your job. Don't let me tell you how to do your job. But take him out. I don't know. Do you kill people?
Usually not fellas just doing their jobs, sir.
Not
but,
unprompted.
Let's get her. Yeah, let's get her. No.
I know, maybe I don't, I'm not saying kill, but incapacitate?
Incapacitate certainly a possibility. Do we know anything
Or
about...
distract, perhaps.
Yes, do we know anything about this?
Well, he'll still be able to smell.
Not if he's concerned with another person. And I've been a pretty frequent goer at the Fortune's Wheel, and I don't think it would be beyond myself to create some sort of commotion that would occupy Valerio's time. And so if he's focused on me, perhaps that would be enough in order to sneak Ingrid and Eustace over to the backstage.
Well,
And
are we
who knows,
sneaking
maybe-
Ingrid in, or is Ingrid coming in as a performer?
Well, sneaking Eustace in via Ingrid.
Oh.
I could go in one of the boxes, like for the equipment for your set.
I mean, I suppose
Yeah.
I was going to put you in a fancy
Ingrid, do you
hat.
usually use equipment?
I mean, I've done all
You always
manner
kinda
of
gave me
things.
a-
Equipment? I could be your roadie.
I always got like a black box vibe kind of thing.
I
from
mean,
your
I
performances.
performed in everything from Sigel's finest black box theatres with minimal sets and limited costumes to, elaborate productions of a Feywild's Night's Dream. But to say the least, if we need an equipment box, I'm sure I can conjure up an equipment box. At the very least, a wardrobe or something.
I don't know. I'm just spitting out ideas. I don't know.
No ideas are bad.
However you guys would want to stick. I'll put the hat on. I just think maybe if he can smell, he might. I don't know. Make me his priority.
I do.
And you see Eustace get like really red and just like it's not. It is. Valerio knows Eustace.
Oh boy.
Knows. Eustace.
So it's increasingly seeming like our only option is to incapacitate Valerio in some fashion, which I'm not necessarily against, but also, as Beleg said, this is just a guy doing his job.
I think.
Beleg is
Oh,
connecting
no.
the dots between Valerio knows Dr. Bangs and Dr. Bangs was getting a divorce at the time and is coming to some wildly incorrect conclusions.
They may not
In the
be
biblical
incorrect.
sense.
Hey.
Now, if we do, I feel like there are two things that we have in the back pocket. Number one, I think no matter what we do, we should heavily perfume the doctor, just to try and mask the immediate scent. And the secondary portion of this, if we are intending to knock out Valerio, luring them backstage could very well be a way to do that. And it does occur to me that we have prime bait, and I'll sort of side-eye the doctor. Should we need it?
Who?
So we just have to get Eustace backstage, and then that'll be a prime staging ground, so to speak, in order to incapacitate Valerio.
Unless we can get
I
Valerio...
think we're solving the problems in the wrong order. If we get Eustace backstage, most of our problems are
If
already
we
solved.
could, Valerio sometimes at the front door, perhaps we could lure them outside of the building, alleyway nearby.
Maybe we could really temporarily put you in the bag of holding and then just like power walk you in.
What if I don't wear the hat, but someone else wears the hat and looks like me?
As Eustace. I'm a fan of
Oop
that.
Tag Lord
and
does
I'll-
love
I'll-
pretending to be literally anyone else.
I'll use the hat disguise and turn into Eustace and say, I'm a fan of that.
Oh, this is weird.
Okay,
I love it.
so correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the plan as it stands.
I start playing like mirror with you,
Oh yeah,
actually
Ooptegler plays
mirror
along.
game.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna blink and lose track of who's who, and everything's gonna get wrong.
Dr. Ooptaglor will enter the casino dressed in disguise as the real doctor, and they will proceed to keep Valerio busy. Perhaps we even have you all, I would say trade clothes, but Ooptaglor doesn't really wear clothes, so we'll loan you some from someone else just to try and get the smell right. And while that's happening, we're entering for a gig that I will get my agent to arrange, because I'm confident if there's one thing I can do, it's lure Laurie with the prospect of cash. The three of us remaining will get our way backstage with roadies in tow, roadies in this case being Beleg and the good doctor. And from there, I will proceed to distract as much of the casino as possible with the performance, while the two of you sneak your way back into Shmeshka's personal quarters and hopefully find what they need pretty much immediately, because I don't know what else we're going to do from there.
Austin, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
As far as like scent coverings or like perfuming, have I tried that before? And
yeah.
How has it gone?
But you got caught. But but that's all you had. That's all you had, right? So
Yeah.
But there, so it might be that. Look, there will definitely be a mechanical bonus for perfuming, but if it was that simple, you would have broken in long ago, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have. Yeah.
Yeah,
for
so
sure.
it's there's got to be more than that, but it does. There's more to this plan already.
Okay.
You've never gone in with a team,
Perhaps I could be disguised as Eustace outside of the casino and try and lure Valerio outside of the casino, as opposed to me trying to sneak inside of the casino.
I do think that's probably for the best. If we can get them outside, away from the front entrance, at least long enough for us to get in, that will probably present the greatest opportunity to sneak the doctor in.
What if we just create a big bang outside and he has to come look at it, and then when he comes and looks at it, we knock him out?
Are you known for creating large bangs? I know it's in your surname, but...
No!
That's not a surname, that's
ironically,
a verb.
No.
Eustace Bangs. You didn't know.
Ironically, no. But I think it could be cool. I don't know how to do your job. I'm just throwing ideas.
Something to get Valerio's attention is what I'm understanding.
I think so because I think maybe something big outside.
Yes.
I don't want to say you guys are planning great.
Are there any other defenses
Yes,
we ought to know
are.
about that you're aware of? I assume Shmeshka's room will probably have all manner of arcane enchantments upon it, but depending on the nature of your work, I assume you're also pretty good at getting around those. But is there anything we know about ahead of time that we can attempt to counter?
I think Dr. Eustace goes through the paperwork again and tries to find anything that would be other. Can I try to find any known, like, this is where they bring in their biggest my goodness, storage stuff, like when they get big shipments, like do they have a freight elevator anywhere? Like, is there like a that like would be like a really big area where we could stage
Maybe
something
a
loud?
dumb waiter that we could sneak up.
Ooh,
That's
great question.
the opposite of a freight elevator.
Size-wise, yes.
Size-wise, complete opposite of where Doctor's going with this.
So most of the things are kept in back storage areas there, and they're just wheeled through the casino during the morning hours when there are fewer people there, right? So that it's less disruptive to the well-paying guests. And yeah, if you can look and see that, to your knowledge, everything here is like it's all solid stone on the outside. There's one way in, one way out. That's what's listed. You don't know if there's maybe more. So these folks know about Undersigil, which is just like tunnels that go all underneath the city. Some of it's sewers, some of it is just like old labyrinths and like buildings and secret passageways people built in. There's a whole mess of networks down there that does stuff. So, who's to say what is not on this map? But according to this map, that's everything you know about.
Got it. Well, I think my biggest worry is that if I'm outside the casino, well, not me, but me. Well, you. I think I point at Ooptaglor in a Spider-Man meme type way.
Of course.
If I'm just outside, he won't really care. It's okay that I'm outside, so I don't know how to lure him without something bigger or
No, I agree that something rather obnoxious would have to occur in order for Valerio to leave his post in order to pursue after the fake Eustace. Yes.
Yes.
I trust that Oobtaglor can think of something.
Perhaps Oobtaglor could
I
enter
am
as
known for being
Oobtaglor
obnoxious.
and put the hat on and become the Doctor once inside to, at the very least, lure away
You
from the
can wear my
entrance.
clothes too, so that so you smell like me a little.
I don't wear clothes usually, but I could do that, surely.
Or
I'm
you're
going
gonna
to take this
pretend
hat
to be
off now.
Me, but naked.
I mean,
Surely
if we
you
wanna
own
cause
more
a
than one set of
disruption-
clothes.
Oh,
Perhaps.
So,
I think-
all right.
Yes.
yeah, I think perhaps me trying to lure Valerio away as Eustace, away from the casino entrance, is probably the way to go. I think me being inside the casino, trying to lure Valerio out might not be the best because Valerio could pick up on the scent of the actual Eustace while inside the casino. So I think getting Valerio outside of the casino might be the way to go. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Austin, do I know like what Valerio's pattern is like with security?
He wanders around, but on a normal night, it should be trivially easy to find him at the front door, right? So, like, you might have to wait half an hour, but he'll show up there. It's less that he has a, 9:30, he's here, 10 o'clock, he's here. He, a well-known guest will come in, and he'll walk them in and carouse, smooth them a little bit, kind of thing. But it's pretty reliable, unless someone causes something big and catastrophic inside. He should come to the door at some point.
Unless someone causes something big and catastrophic inside.
And when he's not at the front door, one of the there are mezzalots who are the regular guards who kind of stay tucked away in the corners. They replace him. So when he's not at the door, one of the normal guards is at the door.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is we sort of approach not necessarily all as a unit, but me, Ingrid, and the real Dr. Bangs, perhaps in some sort of cloak to impede immediate visual recognition, and Oobtaglor disguised as Dr. Bangs, out and proud, as it were. This draws the attention of the bouncer. Perhaps
Sorry,
even...
I think we're still forgetting about the smell.
Well, but that's what I'm thinking,
He'll
is if we're
know.
all approaching together, but only one of you looks like Dr. Bangs, and the smell is coming from our group, he's liable to misdiagnose, at least long enough to get you inside while he's not paying attention.
You want to use the actual presence of the smell to trick him.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yep.
kind of what I'm thinking. Thank you, voice of God.
That's very clever, Red.
Thank you. And then once we get inside, Oobtaglor causes enough of a ruckus to keep him there, but by the time we're inside, perhaps we could have lost you in the crowd, hustled you backstage while we prepare for Ingrid's big performance,
Perhaps.
and then the problem is basically
the
solved.
very ruckus could be our approach with the fake Dr. Bangs, who appears to be Dr. Bang. Valerio sees you at the front door, or sees not you, and an encounter occurs, and perhaps Oob could antagonize and eventually lure Valerio into chasing them away from the entrance, at which point we'll walk right through and make our way swiftly backstage long enough, quickly and efficiently, so that Valerio does not note that our group has progressed too far with the smell lingering. Just sort of make the encounter at the front, use the group smell, as it were, to then become a scene. Oobtaglor, do you think you can make a scene on command?
Yes. Yes, I can.
I never
And then
doubted
perhaps
you.
if you've been, once we're safely in, you can stop doing the scene, perhaps leave, come back out of the skies as your usual oozy self, and then join us in the back so we don't need to stay split for long.
It's true.
That might not leave Valerio alone forever, but I think that might get him alone. That might get him out of our hair enough to do the job that we need to do.
Well, as far as I can tell, Valerio is not going to be patrolling where we are. All we need to do is get to the backstage area, and he's not going to be walking
And
around
we
in
can
there.
pack
that's
perfumes
true.
in my performance kit to quickly spray down the good doctor once we are backstage and kind of mask any lingering traces of the scent.
Sounds good to me. Let's do this. I
Alright.
will make sure that my
Montage
performance is up to
music,
snuff.
start playing.
Well, let's start
Okay.
cross-cutting. Split the page into
Wipes
panels.
across the screen.
Oh,
All right.
man.
So,
It's all happening. We're gonna break into the Bellagio. It's gonna be amazing.
all right. So, if I to understand what the plan currently is, correct me if I say anything incorrect. You are going to have Lori get Ingrid a gig, re-establish the gig. It should be trivially easy to get the gig going again, so that you will have an excuse to be there and walk in with your little entourage, which will include Beleg and also a hidden Eustace. At the same time, Ubtaglor disguised as Eustace will be walking in. The smell of Eustace that's actually there will hopefully deceive Valerio. Valerio will spend some time dealing with Ubtaglor, but by that point, you will have Beleg, Ingrid, and Eustace all backstage. You spray down Eustace with some perfume. Hopefully he's not smellable now because he's backstage. There's no reason for Valerio to be back there. Ingrid puts on a performance, and Eustace and Beleg then try to get the information. Am I understanding the plan correctly?
I think at
Or-
some point Ubtaglor might also try and
think
rejoin.
Ubtaglor will
but
try
that's
to
a kind of a
rejoin
free-floating.
the group.
Yeah.
Understood.
Other than that, it sounds correct.
Well,
Okay.
this is our proposal. Doctor, does this sound amenable to you? Obviously, this is a bit more hands-on than your usual work, as I understand it, so we want to make sure that you're entirely comfortable. We do value our relationship with the Planar Trade Consortium, and it will be mutually beneficial that this job go well for everyone.
I think this is great. I think we're a good team.
And you'll finally be debt-free, from what it sounds like. You will have
yes.
paid off your loan, and you can go do it, whatever it is you got your doctorate in.
What is your
That
field
would be
of study?
incredible. I'd be able to work. I'm sorry.
Your field of study, what is it?
Oh, well, I am an archivist. I love organizing information and books. I love the smell of books. It's so wonderful. But I love, I think I feel most at home in a library. So I was hoping I could, get a nicer job instead of a lot of the things I read with the Trade Consortium are about business, and it's all numbers and not, I'd
Ugh.
like to maybe own a bookstore or I don't know, like a small library where people store their stories.
It sounds lovely. Well, hopefully, we'll make that happen.
And he's 2
for
days
you.
from retirement. All right.
I'll
Well,
finally be able to provide for my 47 grandkids.
it sounds like we have a plan enacted. So, Ingrid, you want to go ahead and give Lori a call?
You've reached the stone of Ingrid Starling. I can't come to the stone right now. Please leave a message after the beep. Yes, I'll give Lori a call.
Incredible.
All right. Lori is over the moon that you are that you want to do. He's been taking what he can get from your gigs, and that you want to perform this big headline at Fortune's Wheel. This is like this is not low key. This is how do I describe this? Your other gigs have had this aura of like, kind of like, did you hear like Ingrid Starling performed last night here? It was like a total secret. Obviously it's not a secret. They let people know so that people would show up, but that's been kind of the vibe to it. This is, if you're headlining, your name's going to be up in lights. People are going to know Ingrid Starling back on the stage. And Lori is overjoyed. It only takes about 6 hours for Lori to get back to you and let you know. So yeah, they had this lady lined up, but I got her, it's their normal headliner, but I got her moved back. So you're not going to have to worry about that. You're going to have the stage all to yourself tomorrow night.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lori. And as discussed, you'll be taking the proceeds. In this instance, consider this an act of charity and further payment towards my particular debt.
I love charity. All right, when you get there, look for Brigsby. He's the stage manager.
Briggs.
He should be able to set you up with your dressing room.
Wonderful. Thank you, darling.
All right, so you have your appointed time. The following day passes. Everyone prepares. let me know what you're doing to prepare.
So we gotta buy a if I'm understanding right, we gotta buy like a crate to hide Eustace in and perfume.
So here's what I think what we
Ingrid
do
will
is,
have something to hide Eustace in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
I
a
have
box
like
labeled
a
costumes.
box of costumes we can put Eustace in, and I imagine that I probably have some perfume laying, like some strong old lady perfume, definitely laying around.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think
Fresh
the
out of the fridge
disguise
arrived.
section we're probably good on. I'll relay everything I learned
Do
from.
you have a disguise
stories with the group.
kit?
I think I took thieves' tools instead of a disguise kit.
I'm not sure
I have
we
a
would need
disguise
it
kit.
if
Okay,
Dr.
yeah, so
Banks
disguise-
is going in the box.
I would consider like perfume like part of the disguise kit. So, but if Ooptaglor has one, so Ooptaglor,
I
what
do
is
have a disguise
just
kit.
for flavor? What is your disguise kit? Like what scent are you pulling from your disguise kit? You've got a whole bunch of
glitter
nonsense
pens
in there.
that they can use to
It's-
change their slime color.
Yeah, it's not necessary. It's not like makeup or anything like that. It's like it's like food colorings basically to change the color of my ooze.
You know those like slime like YouTube videos where it's like we're gonna add this like bead for texture and like to make it like really
that's
crunchy.
exactly it. Yeah, so things that add texture, things that like add glitter, things that add color, and things that add scent. So certainly perfumes are in that pile.
What kind of ooze scent are you going to be giving?
It's the very strong smell of like Elmer's glue. Just like glue.
Okay, so
Like
armed with
Elmer's
these-
glue and isopropyl alcohol.
Cool.
all right, so you box up the good doctor. Beleg, I assume you're basically going to carry this in for them. Like, you're going to be like the roadie Beleg. So,
I'm the roadie, yeah.
Beleg, and I assume probably put your sword inside, too. People do carry weapons here, but, you know, try not to draw too much attention as being a roadie. And you go to carry the box in. Ingrid, you arrive fashionably late. You arrive fashionably late, and you keep an eye on the front door waiting for Valerio to show up so that you have eyes on him. All right. Ooptaglor, you are now disguised as the good doctor?
Yeah, yes, I am.
I'm 2
Yep.
days from retirement and ready to rumble.
10
All
years, my debut at the Fortune's Wheel.
All right.
I'm back, baby.
Okay, approaching the door. Who's going first? Is it Ingrid and company, or is it fake Dr. Ooptaglor?
I think we should all approach as a group so that the smell is
At least
most
like
next
in parallel with each
yeah,
other.
and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
the
yeah.
doctor's appearance is immediately distracting, and we can kind of just get quickly waved in while they.
Yeah, I think
distract.
if the doctor's already kicking up a scene and then we're like, "Hi, we're the headlining performance for the evening. Can you
Yeah.
let us in now?" I think that might
speed up the
that might
process.
clipboard us through nice and briskly.
All right.
I think if we could make as big as a scene with the doctor,
we want to
and then
be
walk up.
like the least problematic thing going on at the door when the doctor shows up, so
Yep.
that we're just kind of shuffled through quickly to kind of get us out of the way.
All right, approaching in
Ooptaglor
parallel.
can make a big scene and be like, I'm back, baby. Ready
Approaching in parallel.
to
There's not a
gamble my
line.
savings
We're
away.
gonna go back to the future.
Approaching the Fortune's Wheel, by the way, beautiful, stunning building. Multiple of you have been here before, but there's lights that shine on the outside. It's in the ladies' ward, so this is a very wealthy district, and this is a extravagant building even compared to the rest of them. It is now like 7:30 after peak, so about like 7:30ish at night. The ambient light, there's no sun in this world, there's just ambient light, so the ambient light has faded away. People are all dressed up nice, people are coming in on coaches, people are coming in on magic carpets. There's no line, but there is just a steady stream of people heading in, as this is the hour when people start arriving to gamble. And so not having to wait online, but approaching in parallel. If you want to make a scene, the Ingrid and company are right behind you. Ooptaglor, what would you do? What do you do?
I think I will just kind of say the thing that I've been saying, like, oh, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years, but I'm making my debut. I'm back, baby. I managed saving up my funds from the Planar Trade Consortium for 10 whole years. Ready to go.
You start using that voice, and as you're walking up, it actually takes a minute. Like, you get really close to Valerio as you're talking and yakking, and then he's like greeting some guests who must be like regulars, like, oh, good to see you again. And then he gets like kind of a twitch in the nose, and he turns and sees you after you've been making this big to-do. Can you make a performance check for me?
Yes, I can.
Do it, buddy. Do it.
That's a natural 19. So 29.
Yay!
My old friend, I see we are doing this again. And he...
Valerio, you old so-and-so! I give you a hug, but I don't want to waste any time.
You're coming with me then. Gives up. And one of the Mezzaloths comes to the door and starts greeting people instead, grabs you by the arm, and is going to pull you off to the side, Ooptaglor. Sorry, what did you say the total was?
29.
29.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Jesus Christ. It's like looking in a mirror.
It's like looking in a mirror.
Doctor, I know you're new at stealth missions, but clothes don't talk.
I won't fight or anything, but I will keep talking in order to like make myself more conspicuous, make the other three less conspicuous. Like, you think there'd be some sort of statute of limitations on this? Like, it's been 10 years. Who knows how my financial situation might have improved since then? It hasn't.
Seeing the attention of the bouncers
You are
occupied with this.
unceremoniously dragged away by this huge lion dude, which leaves the door open for the rest of you.
Yes, worthy entertainment, and just make my way backstage, yes? Haha, wave past
The Mezzaloth is this big purple insect-looking thing, so just go and points to the back for you.
Thank you, darling. Enjoy the show.
Walking with purpose, walking with purpose.
Heels click, clack, click,
Yeah,
clack, click, clack.
all of trivially easily you walk through into the Fortune's Wheel. You go through the little security gate thing, but you're clearly not like criminals trying to bust in, so you walk right through with the normal crowd, no problem. No one's getting pat down or anything.
We're clearly
you walk
not.
past the beautiful Fountain of Shemeshka, which, if you haven't seen her, she is a Arcanoloth, so she's like kind of she looks like a fox lady, and it's a beautiful gold statue. It's like 9 feet tall. She's got her arms spread, very a diva to rival Ingrid, and from her hands, are spewing these coins that are just gold coins that fly up and tinkle into the reverse wishing well. It's instead of water with coins in it, it's just a bunch of coins, and sometimes people spit in it. No, just a bunch of coins in a big fountain.
Gross.
You emerge onto the floor. Ding 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 ding. Whoa, yeah. Oh shit! You hear like there's all this sound and racket. There are duodrones, so Modron slot machines, and like people pull the levers, and when they cash out, the Modron like does a little dance. That stuff. You see the Fortune's Wheel over there. There's this huge machine that looks like a giant lobster. That's like the floor prize sitting behind velvet rope. It's just giant golden lobster looking machine thing that says Apparatus of Qualish like on a plaque in front of it. There's a bar made of ice down at the side that's got a huge Yeti like mixing like tiny little drinks. I mean, like, regular-sized drinks for you, but huge Yeti, like, flipping bottles and stuff like that. What's the Tom Cruise movie? Is it Cocktail?
It might be Cocktail.
What's it called?
I'm picturing
Cocktail.
Magnolia in my head when he does the grifter thing, but that's not it. That's not it at all.
He's doing like all that nonsense. And of course there's the Fortune's Wheel. People like cheer and scream when, you know, someone even makes like a success on the lowest tier of the wheel. It is crazy. Before you can even make it very far though, this satyr wearing a suit walks right up to you. And you assume this is Brigsby, the stage manager. And he goes, "Ingrid! Pleasure! I've been a big fan for a long time." Puts out one hand to shake.
very vigorous yet delicate handshake. Brigsby, I presume it's a pleasure. Is there a backstage area we could unpack and
Yes,
get ready
please,
for the show?
please, this way. We'll have your help put the boxes down. You get in the costume. We've got the opening act going up in just a little bit, so you've got plenty of time to make yourself at home, do your warm-ups. The show it's all yours tonight. However long you want the stage, it's you. So
However long I want
please,
the stage.
we're
Wonderful.
just excited to have you.
It's a delight. No greater honor for a performer than playing the fortune's wheel.
All right, you are led by him through the casino on a door backstage and are brought into, as you can see, there's the little dressing room area that has like some mirrors and things like that adjacent to the stage. He sets you up. Please, take your time. I've got some other matters to attend to, but if you need anything, just holler. I'm never too far.
Thank you, dear. I think we'll be just fine.
All right, he leaves you be.
Whoa.
Okay, well,
Ingrid, I don't know how you do this every time. It's so loud out there.
it's going to get louder. Okay, so hopefully it's quiet in Shemeshka's quarters, though. Are you both comfortable making your way there, or do we want to wait? We should probably wait a moment
So
to do
you'll-
the tag law.
So you let Eustace out of the
wardrobe
box.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
start spraying perfume vigorously. Doctor, my companion Beleg can assist you in getting to Shemeshka's quarters, but Beleg,
Oh, yeah.
we can wait and see if Uteklaw returns. I can stall and attract pretty much all of the attention in here as much as long as possible, assuming that my performance drops are up to stuff. We'll see.
Oh, you'll knock him dead, though. I'm sure you got
You
it.
flatter me. But yes, the next phase is you two sneaking away. So do you want to wait for Uteklaw or do you want to progress?
Awesome. Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
About the table. Is it possible that the doctor could have already snuck out of the costume box?
Oh, yeah.
It's 100% possible, but that's going to be a stealth roll. So, as they were going backstage, a moment where Beleg had to perhaps put the box to the side to get through a door or whatever. Yeah, go ahead and make your stealth check.
Ooh.
Stealth, you say?
You don't really have to worry
rogue.
about anyone here spotting you. I mean, it depends where you're trying to go. Just getting out of the box, you're really only trying to fool Ingrid and Beleg's passive perceptions.
I think once we get back out, once we are, as soon as we turn into the backstage area, hallway towards the dressing room, before we get in the dressing room, somewhere there.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say it's totally possible, but it is a tight space and it is difficult. So I'm gonna ask you to make your stealth check at disadvantage, but you're trying to beat the passive perceptions of Beleg and Ingrid. So what are your passive perceptions? It should just be 10 plus your perception score.
Yeah, mine's only 11.
Mine's 14.
I figured that would be 14. So you're trying to beat a 14 to sneak away from them. Go ahead and roll disadvantage. What did you get?
I even at disadvantage.
Another stealth.
Even at disadvantage, I got a 22.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
So,
A stealth
Beleg,
guy.
you crack open the box, and there's just a bunch of dresses crumpled up in the bottom.
Wow.
Eustace is nowhere to be seen.
Beleg,
Yeah?
did we lose a doctor?
I mean, I suppose we must have, given that he isn't here anymore.
From that, we are going to cut outside, where Valerio pulls Ubtaglor behind the Fortune's Wheel off to an alley, and slams you harder than any reasonable person would slam an old man against a wall. And he says to you,
Splats the little
now, we both know that this wasn't going to work because of your smell, but to use the same disguise twice in a row seems to be very foolish. What were you thinking, Nix?
I was thinking that you would have forgotten in 10 years.
Wait.
We're being conned, guys.
You see, he gives a sniff and he goes all over, and he says, "How did you do that? A moment ago you smelled like yourself. Now you smell like, wait a minute. I've smelled you before. You are that plasmoid. You have been here before."
Why?
I never forget the scent, my friend.
What? I don't know what you're talking
How
about.
are you doing this? He pushes on you really hard, and you're just wearing a hat of disguise, so you still feel
Yeah, so
plasmoidy.
Yeah.
And just like pushes in, and pulls his hand out, says,
Ow!
So
I'm
you-
squishy.
"Yes, I can tell that. You are going to inform me why you are disguised as Nyx. What have they asked you to do?"
Next.
Excuse me? What the fuck am I speaking? Excuse me?
You are going to inform me what you are doing disguised as Nyx.
You can. I don't know if you have any mind reading powers, but you can. Scout's honor here. I don't know who a Nyx is.
All right, hold on. He continues holding, and then he lets out a whistle. One of the mezzaloth. This takes a couple minutes for this whole thing to go down. So everything that's happened inside has already happened. A mezzaloth comes out, and he goes, "We have a known enemy of the lady who has potentially gotten inside. They have used this person here in order to sneak past us. I assume that is why I detected their scent to begin with, but now they smell quite different. So we need to begin searching immediately for a spy." The Yugoloth goes, "Ah!" and runs back in. And I think that is where we're going to...
We're being conned!
Teglor, what do you have to say?
Double-crossed, guys!
Excuse me, if I've been had, I would very much like to know. I was suckered in by the puppy dog-eyed performance of a con and a spy, you say?
To
Come,
shreds,
we're going to
you
learn many
say.
things from each other. You're coming with me.
Oh,
That's
shit.
a bad
pulls you
fucking sign, bro.
Pulls you along. Inside is going to bring you to a back room of the Fortune's Wheel.
Uh-oh.
And we are going to take a break. We'll see you all again in a few minutes.
That's like as bad
What do you
as
have me
like
do? What
bring
am I
him to
doing
me.
here,
like,
man?
Bad fucking sign,
I
dude.
knew it.
Rolling with difficulty.
You know what's been great?
What's that?
Our guest Olivia. I mean, what a player. I still can't believe they faked us out like that.
I hear you, but it makes sense they could pull something sneaky off after all their quote-unquote criminal activity over on Rolls Untold.
Rolls Untold? What's that?
You haven't heard? Rolls Untold is where we borrowed Olivia from.
I should have taken a closer look at that resume. Sounds interesting. What's it about?
Rolls Untold posits a magical world on the brink of technological rediscovery, where 4 alleged criminals, including Olivia as Ismith Vordescent, band together to break out of a high-security prison. While on the lam, they find themselves caught in the midst of a plot to rid the world of magic altogether. Will they be able to save all of Arcana, or will this spell out the destruction of Galvira forever?
Ooh, perilous.
Perilous and exciting. It's worth checking out. I know I've enjoyed joining the cast of Rolls Untold as they try to save Galvira.
I might just have to join you in that watch party. Where can I check it out?
Season 1 of Rolls Untold is available on YouTube right now. And Season 2 is coming soon, so it's a great time to jump in.
Sounds like it. And I assume I can just go to the show notes below to check it out for myself?
Or direct from their YouTube channel, but you got the gist of it. Check out Rolls Untold Season 1, available now.
Rolling with difficulty. And welcome back. When last we left our heroes...
Ugh.
Well, let's find out where we left our heroes.
Our heroes and
Olivia.
Nyx.
Olivia, please describe your character, what they're doing, and what they are doing right now.
Right now, you would see a... Oh, I'm trying to decide from there who would they go to. And I think you would probably see a... wearing one of the outfits that was in the costume box.
Oh,
We
insult to
gave
injury.
them so many costumes. Fuck.
Uh,
So you're dressed like a diva.
Yes. Very sensible.
I
casino
think-
floor. That's practically, slacks and a t-shirt.
I think, I think she would actually. You would see a woman. You'd see a woman, maybe one of the cocktail waitresses that are already on the floor, now in like a full cocktail outfit, like sexy though, like the sexy version of it.
Right.
Magic. Walking through the back of the dressing rooms, very much on a mission. I think this shape change is just to get through where they are right now, and they're absolutely heading to the private quarters of Shmeska.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a stealth check. You got away from everyone in there, but I need another one for this back hallway.
Absolutely. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Oh. Nobody here but us chickens.
There's no one. I'm not going to tell you what the DC is, but there is no one here currently. But you do know there are scrying eyes you're trying to avoid.
Okay, so. I got a 12.
Okay. Do you want to use your inspiration on it, or do you want to stick
If
with it?
it's just scrying eyes, I don't think I'm too worried. If I don't see any people, I'll keep the 12.
No people. 12 is exactly the DC you needed to get past the scrying eyes. On a 12, you make it through the back room to the beautiful platinum door that leads to Shemeshka's quarters. It is locked.
Fuck.
Natürlich.
Was stupid of me. That was so stupid of me. Okay. Fuck. I think I turn into Valerio.
Oh.
Amazing. And a cocktail
Do
waitress.
In the cocktail dress still.
No. I take another suitcase out of I take another costume out of my little briefcase that I had of Eustace, and I put on a suit.
Ooh.
Well, I think you can make it look like you're wearing whatever clothes you want, so you don't even necessarily have had to.
I don't think I
if you don't
can.
want to.
I don't think
You
I
can't.
can.
Oh, you can't change your clothes. Never mind.
No,
okay,
I
good
can't
to know.
change my clothes.
This is the first time I think I've played with a changeling. So,
Fun
okay.
fact: they can't change their clothes, but they can change anything else. Hey.
A quick shift will bring you into the look of Valerio. And what do you want to do once you have turned into Valerio?
Can I try to find a random security and just be like, I would like to find a regular security in the area, just one guard, and I would like to motion him over as like I'm his boss.
All right. You go out to look for a Mezoloth security guard. Trivially easy to find. As you do, we zoom out, and
here we go.
we cut into we go from view of you into the view in the scrying eye in the security room, where Valerio bursts through the door holding Ubtaglor, brings Ubtaglor in, throws them into a seat, and the three Nothics, the three security guards in here that are watching are Nothics. They are like small, hunched over gray creatures, scaly skin. They have one huge green eye in the center of their head, Mike Wazowski style. Turn away
So many
and
fucking
look at,
Wazowskis in this
from the sensors, looking at Ubtaglor. Who, Ubtaglor, I don't know if you still have the disguise on or not, but they miss, because you rolled high enough on your stealth, they miss you, like, changing into Valerio.
Oh my god.
Incredible.
And instead only catch Ubtaglor. Ubtaglor, you are thrown into the chair, and do you still look like Eustace?
I think
or
if Valerio already knows that I'm the plasmoid, I'll remove the hat of disguise and I'll turn it back into Ubtaglor.
You see, you turn back into Ubtaglor, and he kind of gives like a little start. He goes, curious, very curious there. So, my friend, you are telling me that you have no idea how you have been hoodwinked and put into this situation. This puts me in a very delicate situation, because this is my job to keep everyone here safe. And now we have an agent of the Planar Trade Consortium snooping around, trying to do who knows what. So, my friend, I'm going to ask
Trade
you...
Consortium.
Oh, God damn it.
I'm going to ask you if you're ignoring any facts that you are keeping from me. And if you say that there is nothing, perhaps I don't believe you. Perhaps we have to take more drastic measures.
Okay. Here's what Ubtaglor...
Actually, but as that's happening, Ubtaglor, I'd like you to make a perception check for me.
Sure. Natural 20. Oh, this dice is working in my favor,
We
buddy.
want to know Valerian's social security number.
This whole thing is happening. As it is, you look past Valerio into the scrying orbs, and you see two things. The first is a second Valerio walking the floor. The second is Veze, the Gith Yankee, is currently at a table gambling.
Ah, my buddy.
Yes, your contact from a previous job is currently, whose life you have saved,
We saved
is
her
currently
life.
out on the
She
floor.
owes us a great favor of some sort, perhaps.
So you see both of those things.
So here's where Ooptagler's head is at right now. To their knowledge... Oh, no. I was going to say to their knowledge... Valerio doesn't know that they work with Open and Shut, but literally Valerio went to visit Open and Shut and ask about the scroll case to retrieve. So, all right, that's out the window. I have, hand to Scout's honor. I'll say again, I don't know. We were approached by someone under the name of Eustace Bangs, and they asked us to let them into the casino. We assumed, the Open and Shut investigations assumed that it was going to be just another case as per usual. However, it is clear that we have defied the fortune's wheel in some way. Since we have a previous working relationship, know that I would not do anything in order to try and sully that relationship in any way, shape, or form, so I do apologize. Ooptaglor ain't no narc, and right now we're on a job, and so... They are not going to out the second Valerio. And Ooptagler also doesn't want to bring Veze into this. Like, they just got on like decently good terms with Veze. They're not gonna pull a Tilly, as it were.
My actual best friend in the world. Yeah. Person who likes me most.
So you say all that. Valerio gets down low, and he says, "You are lucky for two reasons, my friend. The first thing is that we have worked together before. I know that you have done good work for us. Now, that does not make us friends. I use the word casually. Forgive me. That does not make us friends. I owe you nothing. But it does mean that I know the nature of your work, and I know that you are often work for hire. Perhaps it is true you are being bamboozled here. In any case, I tell you that you are being double-crossed by an agent at the Planar Trade Consortium who is using you. You say you know no information. That is fine. However, certain other details require me to keep an eye on you, so that you are not left to your own devices. You understand how it is."
Of course, naturally. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for understanding. He turns to the Nothix, snaps twice, and he says, "You need to keep an eye on this one before they go. I know that there are several others who are working with them. I'm going to go see about that. I'm also going to fetch the lady. This is of..." He looks at Ooptaglor and gives like a very strange appraisal. "This is of too high coincidence for us to let it go under her notice."
Lady as of pain fame?
No.
I think Shemeshka.
Oh, thank God.
Does Ooptaglor pick up on that? Like, that there's something...
He's talking about Shemeshka. Make an insight check.
Sure.
Yeah, he wouldn't be talking about the Lady of Pain. Yeah, he's talking about Shemeshka.
I hear the lady now, and I'm conditioned to feel immense fear.
No, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, referring to anyone
it
but
could
the
be-
Lady
it-
of Pain is...
Yeah, it could be, he might not use the lady, because that does mean Lady of Pain, but he's talking about his boss.
So, wait, did we establish that my 3 Lux renew after the 2
Yep,
downtime?
your new
Okay.
day, all that stuff is done, the downtime is done, 3 lux.
I'm using a luck. I rolled another 5.
Whoa.
Okay, 14, that's better. What was it? Insight?
Insight.
19.
Yes. 19, okay. Nope. So it's hard to get an exact read. The details on this are going to be fuzzy, but there's something about you in particular that is, like, upsetting him. It's almost like you're watching him have deja vu.
Taglar scoping.
Is that enough? Do you think that's enough for Ooptaglor to connect the dots? Because I know, and I don't want to metagame, you know?
I leave that to you. I leave
Okay.
that to your decision on...
I think
Yeah,
I'll go
I'll leave
ahead
that
and
to you.
I'll respond by asking exactly the way that you had described it. Getting some deja vu.
We've met before. What would be so weird about that?
Perhaps the way that you looked at me. Perhaps you saw me yet not me.
What do you know of this?
What do you know of this?
I have to get Shemeshka. he strides out with confidence. Okay. let's go to Olivia, and then we're going to go back to the backstage. So, Olivia, you motion for a Mezzoloth. One of the Mezzoloth guards walks up to you quickly. You're the boss. No deception required here.
Lovely.
Walks up and gives stands at kind of attention.
Okay. I immediately say, yeah, fuck it. There's an infiltration. They look just like me.
Let's go.
I need you to fan out. I will be in here. Let me in here. I will safeguard Shmeska's office. You go find if it's me and I'm not in this room, that's the spy. And I say, also, let me in this room.
Yeah. Okay, make a deception check. So just convincing everything you just said is normal, but you should, if you were Valerio, you would have a key. So
yeah, for sure.
So it does make it a little harder here for the deception check.
The imposter mugged me for my clothes and supplies.
Can I add something like?
Why am I helping you?
My keys have been stolen. They have full access to the space. Let me in here. I will safeguard all of the important information.
Okay. Give me one second. I want to see what the inside of a Mezzoloth is.
If I had a nickel every time I was confused for a mass criminal, I'd have 2 nickels.
She's enough, but it's weird. It's happened twice. I can't do a doofus more.
Okay, yeah.
It's not allowed.
Okay, so it's nothing. They have no bonus to this. So it's DC 10, but I'm going to add 5 for the extra layer of having to get the key. So that's a DC 15 deception.
Okay. Do I beat it? Does that do it? Oh, that's exactly 15.
All right. With only a slight pause at the concern of you having lost your keys, the Mezzoloth brings you to the door, brings out a platinum coin, but it's square, touches it to the door. The door you hear has an unlock sound from the inside. Something internal shifts, and it swings open to reveal a beautifully carpeted staircase up.
Excellent. I'll take your key for now. And I grab the key out of the wall and I run up the stairs.
You go. And as the door closes behind you, let's go back to the back room. Ingrid and Beleg, we're going to have a couple minutes to play through because the last thing that happened to you was you realized that the old man was gone.
We've lost an old man.
Yep. We appear to have misplaced.
Well, here's the thing. I feel very confident that you were holding the books the whole time. Yes?
Oh, no, yeah. About as much as I could be. I mean, I think, I had to move it at a weird angle to get it through some doorways. Everything in this place is pretty big, but...
So we know a third person didn't show up and take him out of the books?
No. I don't think I was looking away from it for that long.
Do we think it's at all possible that the old man may have snuck out of his own accord?
I mean, I can't really think of many other possibilities unless he just spontaneously disintegrated, or...
Yes, it does seem we've been had, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose that is the question. Our only job was to get him inside, and... he got inside.
I am starting to put together a lot of the pieces of why he seemed rather unconcerned with the breaking into Shemeshka's office of it all, and a lot more concerned with the front door of it all.
You think that smell is the only way he could be found, perhaps?
I'm thinking that smell is the only way he could have been found, perhaps.
Well, that's not great for either of us, I think.
No... I don't necessarily... Honor dictates that we should go after whoever it was that wronged us, but I don't actually know that they're not doing the job they're supposed to be? You know what I mean?
I suppose that is the question. Yeah, well, right now there are 2 possibilities. One, the Planar Trade Consortium didn't entirely tell us who this person was. Or 2, the Planar Trade Consortium didn't entirely know who this person was.
Uh-huh.
I don't particularly like either of them, but in one
No.
case, helping him is our job, and in the other case, it's not. And that part has me a little bit torn, if I'm being completely honest.
Yes, I'm not 100% sure how to proceed here. Oh, God. You don't think
okay.
they caught Oobtaglaw, do you?
Ooh. You know, that's
Because
a little bit concerning.
If they've caught Oobtaglaw has definitely made a game-time decision by now, and we should probably back
Oh,
up whatever
dear.
that is. Hold on.
Oh boy. Okay, how about this? They're gonna expect you on stage soon.
Yes. Am I 120 feet from the entrance?
Are you 100? You know what? Can I have you guys place your tokens where you should be? So if you're Oobtaglaw, you should be in the little white room up over here on the top left.
Yes,
if
I
you
am.
are Beleg, and you should be over here. So do you see this room where I'm pinging?
I
If
gotcha.
you're Ingrid, and those little chairs there, those are the Beleg, you're in the right spot. Those are the dressing room chairs. So
Gotcha,
Ingrid,
gotcha.
you should be one room north.
Yep.
And then Nyx, if you could put your character up by the door that's all the way north here. The map doesn't extend there, but we'll know that you're upstairs currently. Yep, right there.
Nice, perfect.
Very cool. I am further than 120 feet, which means the message spell will not work, but Ingrid will attempt one anyway. Oobtaglaw,
200
if you
feet.
can hear this,
Oh.
I believe we've been double-crossed. Please let me know what you're doing. You can respond to this.
It's exactly It's exactly
You're
120 feet.
exactly 120 feet, and so pointing in that direction, you actually do reach Oobtaglaw.
Pinging. Which direction are they?
This is Ingrid Starling. Please come to the phone. Ding, ding, ding. Oobtaglaw.
Please come to the stone.
I can't come to the stone right now. Please leave a message.
All right,
Please
here's what I'm
respond to this
thinking.
message.
I'm getting a stone call.
Oobtaglaw can respond, right?
I'm so sorry. I'm getting a stone
Yeah,
call.
yeah.
Bring, bring.
You can reply to this message.
I can reply to this message. Eustace is actually named Nyx. I think they're a changeling. I just saw them as Lorenzo, as Valerio.
What the hell?
Cut off,
they were-
and that's all the message you get through
Yeah.
because it's only 6 seconds.
Oh,
Yep, yep.
Oh,
well, Oobtaglaw is pretty close by. And also, Doctor is a changeling whose name is Nyx, and I assume is now disguised as Valerio, but not necessarily the they're changeling, they could be anyone. I'm going to message Oobtaglaw again. And have you decided how to handle our gig at all?
Oobtaglaw ain't no narc.
Oobtaglaw has said nothing. So it seems that it's up to
You
us.
are saying this aloud, by the way, Oobtaglaw. That's how you respond. So the Nothics
Are
are
you
like looking at
whispering,
each other
perhaps?
like they're all in the same room as you, watching you. So
Oobtaglaw is the greatest.
Oobtaglaw's panicking. Yes, so it seems that it is up to us to decide how to proceed. Beleg,
You did hear Oobtaglaw say that they're not a narc, and so I don't know how he would want to
I'm
parse
not sure
that.
how to interpret that.
Oobtaglaw ain't
Okay,
no
fair
narc.
enough.
I'm interpreting that as Oobtaglaw has not said anything about exactly why we are here,
Okay.
or who we are here with. So as far as Ingrid,
Oobtaglaw
and,
follows the money.
as far as we're concerned, I feel it might be best for us to keep up the ruse. Although I don't know if one of us should go after our wayward companion or not, or if we keep the doors open, as it were.
I'm not entirely sure how to parse that. Do you want me to go to where Oob is? Do you want me to try and find this next person?
I guess, it seems like Oobtaglaw is maintaining the illusion that we don't know Nyx and don't have any assistance to what's going on. Like, we're not assisting whatever's happening right now. We're some other party. So do we maintain that ruse, or do we just go guns blazing after Nyx? I'm inclined to maintain the ruse because I don't want to throw Oobtaglaw under the bus, but you let me know what you're feeling.
I guess the question is, do you think it would make sense for me, perhaps, to notice that somebody we thought we were helping has abruptly gone missing and attempt to go and find them?
Sounds like you think that makes sense, and I'm pretty satisfied with that if you are.
All right. Well, if you think it would make sense for your roadie to leave between sets and wander down these hallways a little bit,
Oh, you know,
I think I might be able to go.
One of my earrings on the walk-in, and the roadie went to go fetch it. So, you know.
So I have to walk in the entirely opposite direction to go looking for it. Yeah, okay. I think we can make this work.
I didn't say it was a convincing lie. I just said it was one of a lie. It was sort of a ruse. Anyway, we'll think of something better. Oh, here, take one of my earrings just in case, and I'll hand Beleg one of my earrings, and then you can find it miraculously. You know, close-up magic, yes? You know, pick a card, any card.
Yeah, Beleg is great at sleight of hand.
How hard could that possibly be?
Well,
Yeah, I pull silver pieces out of my nephew's ears all the time. You know, it's an
it's
absolute...
exactly that. You got it. Tally ho.
Okay. All right, knock 'em dead.
I have to.
Okay, so Beleg, you're heading...
I'm heading north. I'm basically just wandering down the hallways in that sort of like, oh, I thought there was a bathroom back here, like careful befuddlement.
All right. Beleg,
just
you try
one
your
more
best
thing.
nonchalant back here. Ingrid, you are preparing to take the stage when everyone who is not Nyx hears a huge commotion. Beleg, you're in the back room. Ubtaglor, you're stuck. I think Ingrid's the only one who could go and look out, but you hear shouting and like the sounds of like startled patrons and stuff from the floor, from the casino floor.
Could Ubtaglor tried to have like seen through the screens of the screen?
Oh, actually, yeah, you totally.
Oh, yeah, you're being held in the security office.
Ubtaglor, you see through, and up to Ingrid if she goes outside or not. But
I'll go
Ubtaglor,
poke my head
you
through the curtain. Like, huh?
You go poke your head through the curtain, and you see Valerio being tackled by 3 Mezzaloths. And he goes, "What are you doing? Unhand me, you foul fools, you morons! You have been had!" And he's like pushing them off. Guests are starting to like get up and freak out. Like people nearby are like standing up because there's like these Mezzaloths aren't like super a challenge for him, but it's 3 against 1. He's still being like wrestled pretty fiercely to the ground. And a lot of people start to like freak out, and for a moment you suspect there's going to be like a stampede, and then there's a long whistle, and you hear a supernaturally loud projected across the entire casino. "Please, quiet! Tell me, what is causing such a commotion across my casino?" And you see Shemeshka emerges from one of these rooms on the north, one of the private rooms, closes the door behind her. Beautiful purple dress, big feathers. They kind of evoke the Lady of Pain's crown, the way they like spike out from her collar.
Oh.
And she crosses the room. Valerio and the Mezzaloths all like freeze cartoonishly, like he's holding one up in the air, like one's on his leg, and the other's got a trident that's like trying to stick into his shoulder. And she says, "Problem with the health, Valerio?" "No, it's nothing. But there is something that you need to deal with. These fools were confused. Perhaps we should go backstage and see what you can... It will be more easy if you see with your eyes, I believe." "Yes, very well." She turns to everyone. She says, "Apologies for the commotion. I am sorry to upset all of your great fun. In fact, why do we not bring out some drinks for everyone? A free round for everyone present." And like everyone starts to cheer. And she says, "Then I believe we have a very special performance that should be going on soon. Please enjoy on myself. And good luck." She and Valerio are going to visit Ubtaglor. Beleg,
Yeah.
you make it to the door, and it is locked.
Huh. Oh, let me just see what my options are real quick.
Beleg knocks.
I mean, I would, but...
I have a quick question, if we could.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I have a question for Nyx. Is it possible that part of my prep could have been establishing a telepathic bond with these 4?
Oh.
So that's a good question, because you didn't bring it up before.
I didn't
I know
want to because of the
The reveal of it all.
The reveal of it all. I have to roll for amount of hours, so it could already be done.
Good question. So the question is, can it be done clandestinely? Could you have done it on the down low? Because it seems like you were holding it back to keep your cover. So
Yeah, I think Nyx would have opened it up in the planning. I think that's just like a standard thing when operating with a team, is just like immediately connecting but not saying anything on it.
Make me what kind of check would this be?
I will say we were doing the planning yesterday, right?
Yeah, well, I imagine that like when you mean like
Okay.
when you were going in.
Right.
Yeah.
Putting the old man in the box.
Yeah. So that's a good question. What kind of check would this be? I feel like it's like maybe I'm trying to figure out how to adjudicate this, because I understand. Yeah, you want to keep it secret from the players, so it wouldn't have been brought up. So you wanted to do it before, but you also had to do it clandestinely. And so, but obviously it can't be that they learned about it. Like if you fail this roll for doing it clandestinely, they can't have known about it because they didn't know about it, right? We're now past all of that planning stage. We're past all of that getting in.
I see.
So
I wonder. Let me read it exactly, because I don't know if anything happens if I do fail.
Good point. I got
don't
it up
think
here
it's
too,
like
so
a-
I'm gonna look.
I guess the failure state would just be that
The link doesn't.
the link isn't established.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Yeah.
like what's the mind one?
Mind link?
Not mind link, but I don't think it's detect thoughts or anything like that, where someone would be magically aware of it happening. It just says that as a magic action, choose up to 3 creatures you can see and then roll 1d8 for a number of hours equal to the number rolled. Chosen creatures can speak telepathically with you, and you can speak telepathically with them as long as they're in 1 mile.
Okay.
A creature can end the telepathic connection.
You know what? I'm going to allow it. Because I imagine that speaking telepathically is not like thinking. You can have private thoughts even when you're telepathically connected. It's more like speaking, where you have to choose to do it. It's just thinking real hard, right? It's thinking speech. So go ahead and roll your 1d8, and let's say as long as you roll higher than a 1, I think that you had enough time, because you guys had to get in the box and do a little.
Ooh.
Okay, so you still have 5 hours left on your telepathic communication. So now that you are through, you've gone up the stairs, you enter, as all of these other things are happening, you hear the commotion a little bit outside, and it dies down as you have entered into a beautiful kind of foyer area, sitting room. There's big couches here, a big table in the middle, a drink cart, and you have your psychic whispers active. So, Nyx, what would you like to do?
Can I make a I think once I get in there, can I start to make an investigation on where the records would be kept in here, where filing happens?
Yeah, absolutely. Make that check.
Here we go. I think she immediately starts rifling. I am absolutely going to use my inspiration on that roll. Not as good as what I was rolling before, but that's an 8 on an inspiration. So that's
okay.
13 plus... It's a 16.
Okay, so total of 16.
Yeah, total. So I rolled
All right.
a 5, and then I rolled an 8 on my inspiration die, and then it's a +3 to investigation.
Hell yeah. So, you are in the foyer, there is a door there, you open it, and you find yourself in a long hallway. The 16 represents that we're going to spend a little time, you're going to spend a little time here before you find even the room you're looking for.
Yeah.
But you know it's here somewhere, so you start going through and you find, there's living quarters up here. There's an accountant's room, and you see there's a bunch of modrons in here tapping away at counting sums of money. There's just piles of money in here and stuff like that, and they're carrying the one, so to speak, doing a whole bunch of that nonsense. You start going through, and you have a feeling you'll know it when you see it, but it's not intuitive to you which of these doors you're supposed to go through.
Yeah.
All right, so
I
think
as I'm going through, I think I would like to mind blast to my other tentative party members just a small line in the voice of Eustace that says, "Buy me some time."
Whoa. Oh.
Oh, it
God.
seems the plan's still on.
I suppose the plan is still on.
Well,
Wait,
I do know how
can I
to distract.
are we mind linked? Ingrid?
What?
Ingrid Beleg? Ingrid?
Wait, can
I
we
don't think
talk to each other, or can we only talk to Nix?
I don't think we can. I think everything is channeled through Nix.
Yes, it's all through me.
You're the operator
Is that
on
what
the
it is? Like
switchboard.
whispers? You
Yes,
establish
it is,
telepath between yourself and others as you choose one or more creatures you can see. For a number of those shows can speak telepathically with you, and you can speak telepathically with them. Yep.
Yeah. So like in their mind, Ooptickler's like, Ingrid, Beleg, we've been duped.
You hear that, Nix? You hear Ingrid Blake?
Oh,
we've been duped.
I think as I'm going through these files, I'll be talking to Ooptickler and be like, okay, so listen, maybe I wasn't totally honest, but I just need extra time. I'm where I need to be. If you guys could buy me time down there, that would be great, and we're still gonna get paid. I promise. I just have to be a little more sneaky about all this.
You also hear in your mind, "You've reached the mind of Ingrid Starling. I can't come to the telepathy right now. Please leave a message after the beep." Beep.
Hi, this is Eustace. This is weird. This hasn't happened before, but can you just buy me some time? Or
Ingrid, if you
call
can hear me,
back.
I've got a
If
locked
you could
door,
hear
no way
this.
through.
If you could hear this, just buy me some time. I think Nix is getting very flustered as she's going through, as they're going through rooms, and it's like, I'm not used to working with people.
Everything is immediately
All right.
loud.
All right, I'll buy you some time, but just because I think you're cool.
As you say
Thank
that,
you.
in walks Shemeshka. So to set the scene, back room, Valerio and Shemeshka with Ooptaglor. Beleg, you are currently standing in front of a locked door.
Yeah.
Nix, you are upstairs going door to door trying to find the room you think these records are in. And Ingrid, the act that was going on in front of you, who, by the way, make me a, do you know this person check? Like a charisma, a charisma check, let's see. What would be do you know them check? Charisma history, maybe?
Okay, that's gonna be a 7. Oh no, 8. Excuse me. I have one more point than I thought I did. I rolled
Did you
natural
add
one,
your
so I don't know.
charisma to it?
I know I rolled natural.
Okay, yeah. You have no idea who this woman is. She's a half elf, and she finishes up a number. Everyone applauds out there. Beautiful. It was everyone's very impressed by her performance. And as she walks in, she says to you, "Warmed them all up for you," and gives you such a stink face.
I give it right back.
Damn.
Thank you, darling. They seem tepid. I'll keep them hot. I'm ready.
Jesus Christ. All right.
Cat fight.
Yes.
Well,
All
I
right.
suppose this means I can't ask Ingrid to pick this lock for me.
No, I heard distraction, and I only know how to do one thing when it comes to that.
Yep. No, yeah.
All right. Ingrid, what kind of performance are you putting on?
I'm going to sing a song. A song I improvised moments ago.
Oh no.
Sure, I came on stage to entertain, but schemes are quickly taking shape, scoundrels lurking round the show floor. Plots and slots abound in equal make, tonight will surely leave a wake, but who will end up underwater? Wheels of fortune turn, round and round they yearn, for a little winnings. Wheels of fortune turn, crowds form on the floor, hoping that they'll head home rich this evening here at the Fortune's Wheel. And then it's a whole song about how cool the casino is, and that goes on for several more minutes than Sophia thought of.
Holy shit.
Oh
Yeah, go ahead, do
my
it.
god!
No, that was awesome. So, Sophia, I want you to take an inspiration for performing. That was awesome.
thanks.
And I need you to
That
make a
was
performance check.
Yes.
And of course, you could choose to add the inspiration to this or hold on to it. Your choice.
Okay. Let's see how we do. Inspiration on that one, just to be fair. Ooh, okay. With the inspiration, that is a 22. Woo!
All right. The crowd enamored, and you have set yourself up for a big distraction should you need it. Right now, though, we are going to cut to Shemeshka and Uptaglor. You see Shemeshka enters, appraises you, complete stone face, gives nothing away, and then she turns to Valerio and she says, "Please fetch Adamok." Yes, and he exits quickly.
They keep bringing in more people. How big is this room?
She turns to Uptaglor and she says, "Well, small wheel, it would seem. We have not met face to face, I do not believe, but I am familiar with your work, Uptaglor. So what brings you to my fine establishment tonight?"
I must say that it is an honor to be meeting the proprietor of this establishment. I'm not a frequent goer by any means, by any stretch of the imagination, but I am indeed a fan. As to why I am here, I am here on a job, but one that I have not been told all of the details of. So, my task was simply to let one Eustace Banks into the casino. I know not what for. And it seems upon doing so, we may have stirred something up a bit more volatile than what we had intended to.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
I'm technically deceiving. I'll go ahead and say that because
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, so
we
go
do
ahead
know
and
what
roll
we
a
do know what
deception.
we do know what Nyx is up to. I am hiding that fact. So
You're right. You're right. Thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna roll contested insight check.
That face could be one of two extremes.
26.
Oh!
You see, she appraises you and seems to buy it. Very well. It does put us in somewhat of an interesting position, because it may be that you do not know everything, but you do know some things, and I cannot let people who are seen in the workings, people who have moved against us, be going free for nothing, because it is bad for business, you understand. Because you have helped in the past, I say perhaps we can work something out. Find me this betrayer, this Eustace you call them, and bring them to me. We call the whole thing square. Or simply tell me where you think they are now. That would also be a good start.
I will say, I saw them. I will say this. I saw a Valerio come out while there was a Valerio in here. And then later on, I saw a single Valerio get tackled. I've been in here the entire time. I don't know whether or not that was the correct Valerio to have tackled. That's the best of my knowledge.
I am aware that this person is a ship changer, but I can tell my people very easily. That was the real Valeria, which means the other one has gone where? You said that you saw them on these scrying sensors, I assume. She looks over her shoulder. Where do you see this Valerio go?
Poking their head out by the Fortune's Wheel, I believe. I'm kind of I see that there's like an exit. The way that I was imagining it, they would have had to poke their eye out this exit next to the Fortune's Wheel. Yeah.
You're exactly correct. She goes, so they are in the back rooms. This makes sense. Only one real place to be going. Thank you for your help. People are going to
I'm
start
happy to go
converge.
search for them myself. Can I be saying this out loud and thinking it to Nyx as well?
Oh.
Yeah, you can speak and speak it as well. And then I'd
I'm-
like you to make me a persuasion check. Or deception if you're, like, lying and don't intend to.
Yeah. I'm happy to go seek out this individual for you. I can't necessarily... Well, I'm very capable in my own abilities, but I have no way of gauging their abilities as well, so I can't say whether or not it'll be successful, but I will do my best. I will do my darndest. And so I'm letting Nyx know that I'm trying to buy him some time, but maybe maybe not as much time as they need.
Yeah.
I'd like you to roll me a persuasion check and actually do it at advantage.
Cool.
Ooh.
Or deception, which I guess you're kind of deceiving here. You're trying to buy time. So go ahead and roll me a deception check. And I'm going to roll insight, but you have advantage.
Natural 18. 25. This die is doing it for me.
Okay. It's over 20, but it's not quite 25. Twice in one conversation, you have pulled one over on famed spy master Shemeshka.
I don't think she's hiring us back, you guys.
Shemeshka says, "There has been enough commotion. Already I must give out free drink to my patrons so that no one thinks that this is a place of ill repute. An ally bringing this person down to us and resolving it quietly. This is a good play. I would certainly hate for my bladeling to have to deal with it." So, she backs up and you've never been restrained, but you've been watched. But she motions for the door, and on cue, a Nothic gets up and opens it. She fishes into her like a pocket and hands you one of these square platinum chips. She says, "This will get you into places. Anywhere you need to go, this is the key. But we will be watching." She motions to the scrying eyes. "I will be watching. Handle this discreetly. We have no problems."
I am nothing if not discreet, my lady.
All right, you go out the door, and you see Belang standing in front of a big platinum door, knock, trying to get in.
Hey, Belay,
Magnolia.
how's it going?
Oh, hey, they let you out all right.
Yeah.
How
Okay,
much
listen.
trouble are we in?
Listen, we're kind of in a lot of trouble if we don't play this correctly.
Oh.
We need to make it. Here, look, I got a key. Let's go find this Nyx person.
Of course.
That's
Yeah,
all I'm
no.
going to say.
That's what I was hoping to do anyway. This door,
yeah,
though, I
yeah.
tell you. They make them strong here.
Yeah,
Didn't want to do any
I'm gonna
property damage. I think the lady of the house already doesn't like us all that much.
I'll have my. We're gonna keep our eyes peeled for them. I'll have my eye peeled out for them. You'll have your eyes peeled out for them. Eyes peeled everywhere. You know, eyes
Yeah.
everywhere.
No, I'm picking up
eyes
what you're putting
everywhere.
down. Yep, okay. I get it. 50-50 shot Beleg does not get
It's
it.
like talking to a brick wall.
No, I completely understand the words that you're saying.
Eyes everywhere.
Pardon me while I roll an insight check privately.
Okay. So,
Okay, all right,
are
so,
you guys
yep.
going up the stairs?
Yeah,
Yes.
let's go find this
Okay.
this interloper
You
that
go-
that tricked us into bringing us into this fine establishment.
You go up the stairs. Meanwhile, in that hallway, Nyx, you hear someone coming out of a door. I'd like for you to roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
This is a real how long can, like, the dice hold out on this Olivia. Death by 1,000 stealth check cuts.
Yes.
You'll get him
Natural
eventually.
19. Natural
Nice.
19.
Oh,
Okay.
So at 25.
tasty.
You roll a 25. Amazing. You hear a door open, and you duck into a room. As you do, you see hold on, geometry, working it out. Valerio
Mind
comes down the
palace.
hallway.
Calculations.
Yeah, Valerio comes down the hallway and goes into another room. There's a brief exchange, and Valerio comes back out with this. So you're looking at a humanoid person, but their skin is kind of like metallic, like kind of this metallic green, and they have all these little blades poking out of them, all these little sharp points.
Oh my god.
Kind of like they're covered in thorns. This is a bladeling, and you know this to be Adamok. And this is the Shmeshka's, like, assassin.
Yeah. That's one of the, if I'm remembering correctly, let me get my notes. Hold on.
Adamok was in the dossier.
Tabs.
Yep.
Yeah. But
Oh, you have
as
the
not
dossier?
not on assignment, correct?
Mm-hmm. They're
Okay.
like, we don't know where
Okay.
Adamok is. Adamok might be there. So,
Well, he is.
yes. So, but you're 25
yeah, where do I
with
see
the
them go?
with the perfume, you were able to stealth, and you see them go back down the hallway. As you do, you hear a voice behind you. You've ducked into like a sitting room kind of area. And or maybe, I guess it's a bedroom, really. There is a sitting area, but there's also a bed in here. And sitting at on one of the couches, sitting might be the wrong word because that's not what plasmoids really do. But you hear Ooptaglor's voice, and you turn and see a plasmoid that you see Ooptaglor recumbent on a couch there that says, My, what have we here?
Oh no.
How did you
Come
get
to
in
visit
here?
me, Valerio.
Sorry, this looks just like Ooptagler.
Yep, yeah, you are like, hold on, I just saw Ooptaglor.
I
Ooptaglor is
know
up here
where you-
talking to me like I'm Valerio.
And I have an
Yeah.
active psychic link with Ooptaglor, but you know.
Yes, and you have an active
I
psychic link
immediately
with
in my
Ooptaglor.
brain go, what's your 20 to Ooptagler?
Walking up the stairs, entering the door. We're trying to keep them off of you, but we gotta also look like we're trying to catch you. So there's a
Excellent.
lot of moving parts going on here.
Beleg is going to say out loud and across the psychic link as if perhaps he cannot quite distinguish between the two of them right now. Like, it might have been counterproductive for Shemeshka to send us up here because, the more people that are searching for this Nyx person, the more people they could change into and potentially muddle the whole thing. Like, suppose there were two yous running around. I mean, whew, what would we even do about that?
Well, there are...
I-
What?
What?
Ooh, stereo.
I immediately,
You're hearing
when
the
I
voice in your
hear
head and in
that-
your ears.
Yeah. I think I immediately, when I hear in my head Ooptagler is not in this room with me, I automatically throw one of my psychic blades out across the room towards whoever this is.
Okay, so this other Daglor, we the audience watch as a psionic dagger appears in their hand and throws. Go ahead, make an attack roll.
Cool.
Triple imposter pile up.
There's so many.
Incredible.
I was drinking water and the imagery of just Ooptaglor just lounging on a recumbent chair. Got to me.
Incredible. So it's a 24.
Holy shit.
Just gonna kill him.
Okay. Yep, that's gonna do it.
Incredible.
Go
I
ahead and
just
roll
rolled,
damage.
It is 1d6 plus 3. I rolled a 6 plus 3 is 9.
Okay. Give me 1 second because I thought I had Ooptaglor's stat block here, and now I'm trying to find it.
Sorry,
I
it's psychic blade?
also would like to. No, never mind. I can't do that. I had to read through something real quick, but I can't do that. Never mind.
Okay.
Ingrid's just on stage right now during this entire event doing a one-woman production of Sunset Boulevard.
In olden days, a glimpse of talking was looked on as something shocking.
right now, who knows? Anything goes.
Anything goes.
Perhaps this is revealing too much because you failed your check to know who that other person was, but I wrote in my notes for this other performer here, the Sutton Foster to your
Patty LaPone.
Patty LaPone. Yeah, the Sutton Foster to your Patty LaPone.
Excellent. I was gonna make a joke about Patty LaPone and Anything Goes like not an hour ago. I forget what the context was, but I'm glad we're all in exactly the same brainwave.
Okay.
A weird goddamn episode.
So you throw a psychic and stab. Immediately see a gout of like goo jut from this person, and then they move into position, humanoid form, and you hear them go, "Whoa, whoa! Curious talent. I don't think that I'm actually speaking to Valerio, am I? Never known him to abandon the floor when there are people down there. So who are you, assassin sent to kill me? You sent from the city of brass?"
No.
Go birds.
Who are you?
Who am I? I am Uptaglor Scopin. And who are you? Not Valerio?
That's interesting that you say that you're that person, because I know for a fact where that person is, and it's not here.
You know my sibling. Are they here with you?
Your sibling? Sorry, is this a different person?
Yeah.
Are you're
Yeah,
related?
this is an identical looking plasmoid that is a sibling to Uptaglor Burr called Uptaglor
This is a
Scopin.
twin.
This is an evil
I
twin,
hate
yes.
this.
If you, I think at this point you can see and you notice there is a difference in that their face is it's bubbling
Yes.
over. It's their equivalent of a scar.
Now that they're in humanoid form, there is a tell, which is on part of the like plasmoid face area. Yeah, there is a like burn. It's still like kind of like bubbles a little bit, and it's a little blackened on one side.
Okay.
So they're not completely identical, but the voices are completely identical. There is no way to tell them apart by voice, and they do tend to speak kind of the same way.
Okay. I think she's. I think they're completely unsettled. Like, what? Look, I don't know who you are. Sorry I threw a knife at you. Your brother's
You're not the
here, I
first.
think.
Ah, very interesting. You've brought them here. Begins to like kind of pace the room. Picks up there's like a lute sitting on a table and picks up and begins to kind of like pluck as they walk back and forth. Let me see if I understand the tale. You're an assassin? An infiltrator, a spy of some kind, come to find information. You've hired the services of my sibling to help you accomplish this. Am I correct so far?
I don't think Nick says anything. I do think when they said your brother's here, I think they also said that telepathically to.
Oh.
I knew it.
I think
You all right there,
they are
Uptaglor?
totally still and just kind of casing the room and looking for an escape. I don't even think they're trying to have a conversation right now. They're kind of getting into an attack mode. Like they're very untrusting right now.
Yeah, naturally.
You think?
Uptaglor will shoot back. Where? So we can find you and get you out of there. And here, you found the thing you were looking for, right? We can leave.
Oh!
Shit.
Yeah, right there, Uptaglor. The potty mouth is a little bit running overdrive today.
No, that was all telepathic.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Your silence speaks volumes, friend. So let me think. You've hired my sibling to do something here, perhaps for their deceptive nature, perhaps for their deductive nature. Certainly not for their performance. There's a lot to be desired there.
Damn.
But you're up here alone. Is this a successful plan? Or, and then like looks to the hastily closed door that you just walked into and says, or perhaps things have gone a bit awry. Are they looking for you? Would it be bad if I called out?
It would be. So maybe there's something we can arrange. where that wouldn't happen.
I do like the sound of that. Let's start with your real name. I'll need something for the tale later. You understand?
I think at this point, Nyx is like, okay, I sense a bigger fish when I see one. I think she's she. I think that's what I'm settling on.
The vibe is coming off her.
I was gonna say we'd kind of gone back and forth when we were chatting about.
No,
Nyx,
I
so
know.
I
I'm like, I
Sometimes
think,
the character lets you know after the fact.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes,
You just know.
Sometimes it's just day to day.
Mm-hmm.
They drop their whole facade, and you see a very scrawny, thin, wiry changeling, white eyes, white skin, long white hair that kind of looks greasy. And long nails, just like everything looks like stretched out a little bit, but they're very hunched over and they're very ready to attack. So it's still, they create an interesting C with their body. Like, it is very animalistic a little bit, kind of like very rat-ish, honestly. There is like a slitheriness to them, and they drop the disguise, and they just say, "You can call me Nyx."
Nyx? Wonderful, that will rhyme with many things. Alright, so Nyx, you hire my sibling to come here to do what? Plucks a couple notes.
I am trying to get information.
Ah, isn't everyone? Information is the real power. I find myself in need of a little bit of that these days. Information usually is my specialty, though, so what sort of information might you be on the lookout for?
I think Nyx, in this moment, can I make some kind of check to be like, is this someone who could not just help me in the planar trade mission, but maybe would know other things that I
Make
could
an
ask
insight
about?
check. Make an insight check.
No. Insight. It's an 8.
Ooh.
Oof.
As you roll an 8, you realize you have no read on this person. Well, that does give you something. You're a player in the game, and you know when you've come across another player in the game.
Okay. So you have information, maybe we can come to some sort of arrangement where questions for questions?
Questions for questions, indeed. Let's see. You're the guest. I'll let you start.
Okay. Does the name Nil mean anything to you?
Ooh.
How many evil twins are we gonna have in this fucking season?
Max rolling with difficulty. This baby
Never
can
heard
fit
of
so
it
many evil
before.
twins in it.
Is it... Neil, never heard of it before, but I sense a strained familial relationship. I'm very familiar with those. Is it perhaps that you also have a sibling with a checkered past?
I didn't realize this was a common thing.
It's not. It's a real two-nickel
Then
situation.
you don't know drama.
You
There are many of us
found the
out there.
Not really into drama.
Oh man, you ran into
I
the
think you
wrong
might be in the
person.
wrong profession then.
Both Ooptagors stereo.
Do I hear that telepathically?
What did you say? What did Uptagor say telepathically?
Well, I don't know if this is all being streamed
No,
telepathically, but Noir just said then you're talking to the wrong person.
Well, this is just proof that they are more similar than you'd admit. So they say that they say you're in the wrong profession, but yeah, they don't seem to know who Nil is.
Okay. Your turn.
I'm not in need of information at the moment, but in the near future. A trade for information, a trade for a favor. I might need a clandestine way out of here sometime in the near future. And I think perhaps you might be able to get my sibling to assist in that.
I could probably help with that. But why do you want to
Excellent.
get out? Why can't you get out on your own?
I could get out of my own. It's the nature of the getting out that would be if I wanted to stay out, I would probably need a little bit more help. There's promises I've made that I've yet to fulfill, and I either need to fulfill those promises successfully, perhaps with the help of my sibling, or I need to make a sneaky getaway. For those, I would require aid.
Okay. By now, have they gotten up the stairs yet?
I will say that yes. At this point,
staircase is really
having
long.
let them know, well, it's you gotta walk up the. Remember, this conversation is happening pretty quick. It's all
Yep.
under a minute.
Yes,
that this
yes,
is
yes.
I get 3
actually
steps up and I'm like,
said.
oh, I gotta tie my shoe, and then I get another 2 steps up and I'm like, oh, the other one.
leg.
What were the odds?
This, I describe a lot of stuff, but the discussion has only taken less than a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, you both enter the room. Ah, dramatic timing. Hello again, sibling. Surprised to see me.
Sibling? No, I'm not. As a matter of fact.
They're such assholes to each other. I love it.
Hells, I was hoping for a more dramatic reveal than that.
Hello,
And,
stranger.
friend of Ooptaglor.
Hey, other Ooptaglor. How you been?
Oh, well, I haven't been returned to the potentate incandescent to be murdered for my crimes, so pretty
Okay,
well.
Always a good day when that doesn't happen.
No! Plague!
Yeah?
They were supposed to You're infuriating.
Oh, easy. You're going a little non-Newtonian. A famous gnome artificer, as we all know.
Non-Newtonians, non-Newtonians, fantastic physics. It's our new favorite spell.
Yeah. Newtonian.
I was just making
hold
a
on.
bargain with
The
your new ally
artificer's
here.
name is non-Newtonian.
Yeah, he discovered liquids that are sometimes solids.
Oh my goodness.
Incredible.
This is quite a big building. Howdy, stranger. Don't suppose you've seen a shapeshift around these parts? Probably looks like a big dragon guy.
No, well, I think you can deduce that the changeling in the room is the changeling in the room.
There's a changeling standing right next to you.
I just,
Well,
I just
I don't want to make any
I just kind of
assumptions.
wave.
I mean, Shemeska sent us up here to apprehend that person, so I want to be real sure before we make any leaps of judgment.
Ooptaglor Scopin looks at Ooptaglor and says, "This is a fellow detective."
Oh, well, I wouldn't know about that, sir.
It's a shock that you ever found me in the first place.
I'm not speaking to you right now.
Well, that's a shame, because if you want to get out of here alive, you're probably going to need my assistance. I saw that they were summoning their resident bladeling. They come from Acheron, the plane of war. Quite skilled in battle, I hear. If you want a way out of here, I'm probably your best bet. If you want a way
Well.
to find the information before you get out of here, I might be your only bet.
We need him.
We need them? All right.
No, you
Them?
do not need them. No, you don't. You do not need them. We can get out without them. They're supposed to be in prison anyway.
We
They
can't
framed me
just
for a
get
crime that
out.
I didn't even commit, and I've...
Oh, Okay. I didn't know there was going to be a lot of history between you and whoever would be in here. I frankly don't have time for it. They can get us information, and they can get us out. We need them.
All right. I got just one question. Do you actually work for the Planar Trade Consortium?
I do. And
Okay.
Listen, I'm
So,
sorry
like,
for
they
the
know-
smoke and mirrors. This
Hey.
has obviously gone awry. We'll discuss it later, but ultimately we still have a job to do.
Oh, of course,
Fair?
yeah. Yeah, time and a place for everything. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't being completely bamboozled, you know?
All right, sibling,
You
do
were
you know
on a
any...
need-to-know basis, and now you need to know, so we
Oh.
can move forward.
Well, that's
All
very
right,
flattering,
fine.
I think.
Okay, Ingrid only has so much time until her song is up.
With one
Oh, I think she can keep going
She's
for
in
a
the
while.
tap dance part now.
It's coming up through the
Bum, bum, bum,
floorboards.
bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum.
I mean, you know, elves don't even need to sleep, so she could be here all night.
What have you told them? What have you told Utagler Scopin already?
All I said was that we're here to find information.
Okay, do you know anything about the chromosphere of Lagos?
Ooh. You're 2 days too late if you're looking to get the chronosphere. But I might be able to put you on the right track.
Okay, do it now.
Very well. There was a game held downstairs in the private rooms. The game was to see who would walk away, all high rollers from across the city. I didn't get to speak with any of them. I was told in no uncertain terms to keep my distance, but I do know that the records of what they wagered and the people there, and most likely the winner of the chronosphere, would be kept in that private room. If you can get in there, you should be able to find the answers you're looking for.
Which room?
Yeah, what color is the carpeting?
It would be the second, just to the west of the wheel.
It's aquamarine blue.
Yes, Beleg. Okay, what did... And what did Nyx here offer you in exchange for this information?
Nyx has promised to help get me out at a time of my choosing. And you, points to Ubtaglor, in exchange for my help making sure that you all live to see your freedom at the end of this, information or no, are going to help me at a time of my choosing in the future. I will call upon you.
Fine,
Very good.
but no framing me anymore.
Understood.
And I am talented.
At certain
okay.
things. At certain things.
You know, it's always beautiful to see siblings reconciling. I tell you, the shenanigans I got up to when I was young. Whoa.
Okay, we got our information.
See, when you say that, you see a haunted face on Nick's. Like you see, like a 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, this
got
one
our
time with the
information. Let's
cookie
go down
jar.
to the-
Oh, I never heard the end of it.
We got what we wanted. Let's go down to the aquamarine room or whatever it is.
All right, before
All
we do
right.
that, may I recommend Nyx perhaps a slight change of accoutrement to
Oh.
look slightly less suspicious?
100%. And I go back. Well, I don't know. Dealer's choice. Haha. What do you want? Who do you want?
Well, I'm simply
Well-
thinking if we're not escorting other Ubtaglor out at this juncture, their appearance is currently up for grabs. Could make things a little bit more confusing for anyone
I will
trying
be
to find the
elsewhere
imposter.
distracting them.
See? The more oobs running around, the better for the purposes of confounding the people that are currently trying to find and presumably kill you. I'm a little bit unclear on the stakes.
I was going to say not Eustace because I know that Eustace is a blown disguise.
They already knew Eustace was made. I used Eustace last week. Anyway. not
Is
the
Eustace
point.
real, by the way? Is that just like a guy?
Last week? You've been trying to get in here since that's how recently? You led me to believe that it was 10 years.
Sometimes I get really into
So
the role and
gullible,
I like start having
sibling.
fun with it. Look,
Choose one of the
Now we
guards. It'll be the most inconspicuous. And as
thank
for you,
That's
very
an excellent idea.
as for you, my vertically challenged friend, and will cast invisibility on Beleg.
Whoa! Hey, this is pretty good.
I change into
Now-
one of the guards.
Now I must play my part, Ooptaglor, I believe that you have some free reign to be wandering around. Try not to look too suspicious. I'm going to go sell them a story of how you've already gotten into the vault.
Thank you.
Before we go, can I just, because I feel like I'm leaving a very secure place to go to another place where I know that this chronosphere is, but can I do a quick, like, investigation of where information about people would be stored? Or, like a employee list, like
we're going off mission already? Hell yeah.
No, I'm just an idea of where it might be, just an idea of, like, maybe there's like a money list, like money went out to these people or assassins or like gigsters.
You want some books.
I want some books.
Make an insight check, because it's not in this room.
Yeah.
And I'll say there is also Ooptaglor scope in here if you want to ask any more questions.
Let me see what I can get without him, because I feel like the more questions I ask, the more I owe him.
Yes, that's good.
It's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. You hear, like, Ooptaglor scope says, "Oh, I'll tell them that you've gone to the vault," and you realize that, like, you hear that and you're like, oh. The most important stuff, the things that would get them to go all immediately, abandon all of their search, and head all in the same place distracted, would be Shemeshka's office with the vault. That must be whatever sensitive information you're looking for must be there.
Damn, I wish I was as smart as an actual assassin right now. I think if there's... I would like to be a guard. As a guard. Or whatever the things are. I think...
Yeah, they're the guards. They're called Mezzalots. They look like big purple bugs.
Yeah.
But they're humanoid. They're like
those.
humanoid. They walk on two legs.
Cool, perfect. I'd like to be one of those, and... I do want to sneak off, unfortunately.
Well, this is good. The longer we have to spend looking for you, the more time you have to look around.
Hey, listen, I telepathically say to my two party members only, deal with your brother. The more time I have, the better. Go find the chronosphere. I gotta peel off for something else.
So correct me if I'm wrong. We don't think the chronosphere is currently here. We think it was gambled off 2 days
said
ago.
it was. Yeah, it was.
But the records for that.
You're 2 days too late. Sorry, they said they're 2 days
So,
too late. Yeah,
yeah.
the records would still be here.
Okay, so current plan is we go down, try and sneak into that one room, get that information, while you go up here, sneak into this other place and get your information.
And I'll join you.
Is there another place that you can lead lead Valerio and the others that isn't the vault? Because it seems like that's where Nyx wishes to go, actually.
Okay, we're just saying things out loud. Okay, yeah.
Considers. It's the most... Considers. It's the best target... Literally, Austin's thinking if there's something else that Ooptaglor scoping could tell them is another interesting thing to go to.
No one's trying to assassinate Sigel's greatest performer to ever live.
They went that way.
Every night is a party.
I'll improvise something to buy you some time.
If you don't have the brains to figure it out, I suppose that's fine. We can figure out something else.
Well, very well. Do it without my help, then. I'll even drop the invisibility. You're welcome.
Wait, whoa,
Fine,
whoa.
okay.
It is a little weird not being able to see my feet, I tell you.
No need to be an ass about it. I've been so nice to you.
Everyone's being nice. You
did turn me over to be returned to a famous tyrant and murdered for my crimes.
You framed me! And you got out anyway, so that's in the past.
And you were not successfully framed, so...
Because we caught you!
Good on you.
It all does kind of seem like it's calculating out pretty nice.
Yes, can we just agree to just let this be a new thing?
Alright, a new thing it is. Strange circumstances make for strange bedfellows. Even one's own sibling. Alright.
Don't call
speak.
Ew.
No, it's
go
a phrase.
speak
It's
to-
a saying. Don't worry. It's kosher. I know it's right.
I shall go speak to the Marauder and Valerio, and see if I cannot put them off of your trail. You will not have a lot of time.
Okay, go do your thing. We'll go and find the Chronosphere records.
I don't need
Alright.
much time. I just need to get in and get out.
Okay.
All right. well,
Beleg and I will go first. I'll open the door conspicuously to just let Beleg leave.
clank, clank, clank.
I'm gonna close
What
the
does
door.
invisibility
Wait.
do to stealth checks out of curiosity?
wait a minute or
Grant
so.
you advantage.
Cool. I automatically have disadvantage.
So it cancels out
Straight
to
rolls.
nothing. You have a straight
Great.
roll.
Should I roll?
If you are going out, yes, I'll need a roll from everyone here except for Scopin, who's going to go running out screaming, "Guards! Guards!"
Can I? Man, do I want to just like fuck things over even more? Can I bubble my face to make it look like I'm to make it look like I'm scoping? Just
With the hat of disguise, you absolutely can.
I don't
Oh,
want to
sure.
metagame. It's just Scopin is clearly some sort of prisoner here, and you are not. So if you look like the guy that they are not allowed to let leave,
It's not metagaming to use contextual clues your character has picked up to make choices.
okay, I'm just
That's called
saying
regular
is all.
gaming.
Okay.
All
right.
Red. I feel like just stay as Tagler.
Okay. I feel like I don't know. Okay. Uptagola will just go as they are then.
Huh.
I got a 22 on
All right.
stealth.
Nice.
22. You're off down the hallway. No problem. Let's get from the other folks. Let's get from Noir and from Red. What did you roll?
I used my second luck, and I got a 17.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Okay. And what did you get, Peleg?
Well, I rolled a 6, and with my stealth bonus, that's a 6.
Okay, so Nix, you head up the hallway. Using your key, you find the door that must be Shemeshka's office. Open it into a beautiful room, well carpeted, a beautiful couch on the side, bookshelves all around, an enormous desk, drink cart. There's a giant golden dragon head over the door that casts a shadow onto you as you walk in, and off to one side, an enormous vault door. You've successfully made it up here. Beleg and Uptaglor, you head down the stairs. You see Uptaglor Scopin go into the security room and door close behind them. You effortlessly walk past the people who are spinning the fortune's wheel. One of you invisible, one of you no person that any of them should pay any mind to. And then you walk to the private rooms, which are just that, private, right? They're not just supposed to be wandered into by anybody. And as you do, Beleg, you go to open the door, and immediately it does not open. It's a pull, not a push, and you crash into it, and there is a sound of heavy armor banging against each other. As
Technically,
patrons
it's
begin to
medium
look
armor
up.
now.
Medium armor. Ingrid, you see this from across the room.
And that mid-performance
You see Uptaglor, and you hear
magic
sound from
Like I
clattering
fell
armor.
face first into like a cabinet full of pots and pans.
Yep, more or less.
The crit reduction makes them noisier.
Can I mean, I've been performing this whole time. can I intensify the performance in an attempt to both either drown out Beleg's stumbling or at least draw the attention of anyone near Beleg so that they're not paying attention to the conspicuous armor clang?
Yes. You go ahead, make me a performance check.
Just signal the drummer to just go absolutely crazy.
To distract everyone here.
I am all that's left.
This
Your
is
very
this
special
is
act. I hope that you all find
This
what
is-
you are seeking. Okay, performance.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your song.
I did Sunset Boulevard
This
in high
is
school.
this
I'm
is
ready.
Igor in Young Frankenstein when the monster is yelling, being like, "Forget about the foxtrot."
That's an 18.
18 is enough. I reduced the DC because you were 22 before. 18 is enough. As you hit a rousing refrain, a stunning high note, everyone's attention turns away from the clatter, and successfully Uptaglor and Beleg, you enter into one of these private rooms. There is a locked chest there.
I really like locking things in this place.
Yeah, believe it or not, the casino keeps a lot of things locked away.
What happened to
Okay,
trust in your
okay.
fellow humanoids, huh?
Can I? This is something that I've never done before.
Ooze,
So I have no
ooze.
idea if this works. Right. So I can fit into
Here we go.
I can fit into holes that are about an inch wide. I want to fit a pseudopod into the keyhole, and I want to try and get a sense of like the tumblers and the pins in there.
Yes.
And with my what is it? My performance of creation, in which I can create one non-magical item of my choice, create a key with notches that match the length of the pins in the lock.
That is
Oh, that's really
incredible.
good.
That is really
good.
good. Okay, so you're creating an appropriately fit skeleton key. I think that this is make an investigation check at advantage to do this. Because you're literally feeling the tumblers.
This die's doing it for me. Natural 20.
Okay. But like you walk in and immediately you see the lock on this chest. And I don't
I should
want to
go
speak for you,
gambling.
but
This
I
is-
imagine
this
that
is
this is
Upegler's
a
night.
hard, because neither of you are rogues, right? You don't have. This would be a lot easier with your rabbit. Lapin was good at this stuff. Ingrid is good at this stuff, and I think that there maybe is a moment of panic here as you get to another lock. Like you guys are investigators, not professional thieves. And Uptaglor just goes right up, sticks the hand in, and then how do you use your performance of creation? Do you play a note? Do you sing? What do you do, Uptaglor?
Yeah, so without using the loot, Uptaglor will kind of like launch into this kind of quiet, hushed, but like trying obviously not to make themselves known, but still like presentful nonetheless, song. To those who have been on the astral sea, it evokes the choir-like singing of the astral sea.
That's dope. Yeah. If you don't know, if this is your first campaign in our setting, the Astral Sea is an actual ocean between worlds, and when you're there is just an omnipresent, sourceless, harmonic humming that seems to be coming from very far away. It's never truly quiet.
So it sounds like that.
And
Very soothing.
yeah, as you evoke the creation of limbo, of your native plane, the key materializes in your pseudopod and the lock opens without issue. Inside, you find a lot of papers and a small chest.
Is the
If you'd
small
like to look at the
chest
papers.
also locked?
Another chest.
This is a big so this is a big it's like 5 or 6 feet long. As you open it, there's all kinds of the lid pops open and all these like small compartments lift up for storage. A lot of it paper. There is a chest is probably the wrong word. It's a box, but it is not locked. No.
Oh, okay.
If you wish,
Yeah.
opening the box. And he decks it. No. Opening the box, you find a velvet pillow inside, indented, with a There is nothing in there anymore except for the pillow, but there is still an indent. Something was sitting on this pillow about the size of like an apple.
Something sphere-like, perhaps.
Make an investigation check for that.
Okay.
This is going to be a very high DC to discern the shape of the thing that was sitting on a pillow. Or
I'm
cushion
using
is
my
maybe the
last
better word.
luck.
Here we
Okay.
go.
Remember, there are also the records here you have to investigate and go through. So,
Oh, true. I have 14.
14. Yeah, it's there aren't like corners on it, but
Sure. Okay. The records as well, I think we'll
okay.
skim through, I guess.
Search. Yeah. Investigation, one or both of you. Someone can give the help action. You know how those checks normally work.
I'm not proficient in investigation, and I definitely do not have a higher score in it than you do.
What's your investigation?
It's 0.
Okay. All right.
I'm good with
Utegla
people.
could inspire you.
No,
Oh, yeah.
I can't give you the help action because I'm not better at it than you
Well,
are.
we can both
But you
roll,
can
and I
both.
can
You
still,
can both roll.
and I can inspire
Well, I guess. May as well.
you.
Hey, if 5% chance you hit that 20, and
That's
none
true.
of this even
That's
matters.
true. Very true. All right. So inspiration would be plus what?
Plus
D8?
8. Let me.
Plus
Let me,
1d8. Yep.
Ooptagler's got to do
Oh,
a song.
Uh,
Here we go. First of
do
the
a
season.
song. Oop tag lore. I know you love oop tag lore. It really is not that hard to adore this bard. With their face you can't refuse. So let's go, our goofy and goopy gelatinous
Our
ooze.
quote in the show too
hell
this
yeah.
episode is a lot higher than it usually is. It's not. It's usually not 0, but it's also not usually the entire thing.
Was I supposed to have a fucking song ready?
No. Only the bards.
Is
Don't worry
everyone
about
gonna
it.
do a song?
No.
Only the bards, not
Only
to
the
worry.
bards.
But that being said, first off, I can't do it for the whole season because that would be mechanically unfair. But Red, take your inspiration, and Noir, take an inspiration for the first song of the season.
Sure.
Incredible.
High performances deserve high inspirations. Deserve inspirations. Sorry.
Yeah.
My brain's a little addled. Okay, go ahead and make your investigation check through the forms.
Oh, okay. I rolled a 9, but then on the bardic inspiration die I rolled an 8, so that's a 17.
I
Okay.
rolled a 5 plus a 3 is an 8. I'll go ahead and I'll roll my bardic inspiration die. Another 5, so 13.
13.
a
So,
good thing we both
Uptaglor,
rolled.
you start going through, and you are, Uptaglor is struggling, but you said 17, right, Red?
Yep.
17 is high enough. You flip through, and you find records from the right date. You remember saying just 2 days ago, and you immediately go to the right date. And these are dense. On just a 17, there's a lot to parse here. But
Ooh.
luckily, you know the dates, so you find the papers you definitely are looking for. Dense Batorian style, so like hell style legalese in these contracts that have each been signed by the gamblers, but easy enough to find, even with your 17, or with your 17, is the names of the people who were present at the table. You find 5 signatures, 5 different documents. And they read as follows. 1. Verdun. Verden. 2. Meremoth. Spelled literally Meremoth. Meremoth, but it's one word pronounced Meremoth.
Cool.
3. The Curator Zadara. Zadara.
Okay.
Taglor, you recognize this name instantly. We can do history checks on the other people if you'd like. Taglor, you recognize his name instantly. Zadara is known by anyone who frequents the Civic Vest Hall because she is a huge patron of the arts. She is
Gotcha.
ostensibly, there is no head of that organization anymore. It's no longer its own guild, but it's no longer a faction. But if there was a head, she might be it because she definitely gives the most money. 4. Hera the Grand Connoisseur.
Oh,
NPC from a previous
Shit.
campaign.
And 5, Professor Tripicus. Tripicus.
So any one of these 5 folks could have won the Chronosphere, is the vibe I'm getting.
To the victor the spoils, signed underneath on a line that voids their contract because it marks them as the winner. Shemeshka's signature is found under Miramoth.
Okay, so Miramoth, whoever that is, probably has the Chronosphere.
As the Chronosphere. Yeah.
Yes, if anyone wants to make history checks about it, or you can wait. Obviously, Ingrid is like the most sigil savvy of any of you, since she's lived here the longest.
I'll give it a
wild
shot.
parties in my youth, and you would not believe the kind of private rooms they have set up there.
This die is rolling dead average today. That's a flat 10, baby.
I legit just rolled another natural 20.
Oh my god.
I don't
Natural
have a
twenty.
history
the
check.
rest of us, bud.
You know,
so
you've heard this
23.
before. Miramoth is the current head. I realize it's a very funny thing to say for reasons I'll get to in a second. Currently in charge of the mortuary. The head of the corpse collectors. Miramoth is a death tyrant, so an undead beholder.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
That's why it's funny to say he's the head.
Yeah.
Because he's all the head.
What was the
he's
what was
only
the
a
name?
head.
What was the name of the undead beholder? Like, what's the name for it?
Oh, a death tyrant.
Death Tyrant.
Charming.
Yeah, isn't that rock?
Okay.
Jeez. All right.
All right. Armed with that information, you are successful, and we're going to cut upstairs.
Yep.
A vault stands in front of you, Nyx. What would you like to do?
Is there a place to put this key in? Or is it
This
a
is
different
going to have to be.
key?
This is a thieves' tools check. If you got them.
I do have thieves' tools.
Oh, yeah.
Here. How do I use my thieves' tools again? Wow, it's been a while.
Oh yeah. So thieves' tools is your D20 plus
Yeah.
your dexterity plus your proficiency bonus.
That is a dirty 20.
Yeah.
A
So, at dirty 20, you start working on this, and you think you can get it, but you will have to spend time here. And when I say time, I mean minutes rather than seconds. Nyx, what would you like to do? Would you like to continue to work to try to get this vault open, or do you want to cut your losses here, knowing that you don't know how long you have?
I think this is too important to Nyx, and I think Nyx is like, I don't care if I blow this up for what is potentially behind this door. But I am going to reach out telepathically and communicate. I can't get in and get out. I need time. You have to buy me time. Please just trust me. I need minutes.
I'm not sure how much time we can buy. Shemeshka and her goons are probably moving on their own, right?
First thing we have to find out is how successful Uktaglar Skopin was. So
yes.
Uktaglar Skopin is going to roll deception. And Uktaglar Skopin rolls a deception with a plus... has also leveled up, so a +7. Shemeshka's passive is 18. So Uktaglar Skopin is going to roll in front of the board here. 1d20 plus 7. And if we can hit a 19 or higher, that is a success and will buy you the time you need. Otherwise, people are probably heading upstairs right now. Here we go. I'm going to roll in front of the group. On a total of 11, you see Adamok goes to head upstairs.
How far away is Uktaglar Skopin from the stage?
Uktaglar Skopin is above you guys right now.
They're like up on the second floor.
Yep, they're
trying
up on
to
the second
stall.
floor. Oh, sorry.
Scooters?
No, I'm sorry. That's where Nyx is. Uptagler Scopin is in the same room Uptagler Bor was.
Oh, in the little security room.
In the little security room, that's where Shemeshka was.
This is not technically how
Yeah.
inspiration works. But since that is a room full of functionally security cameras, and theoretically someone in that room could hear what was happening on stage, could I try and give Uptagler Scopin inspiration through... Although I don't actually know that would do anything, because my inspiration's only a d6, because I'm a lower level bard.
Oh, yeah, you're a lower.
Never mind.
Yeah. It's a good thought, though. I appreciate it. Let me double check, make sure that there's nothing Uptagler, because they can't inspire themselves.
So
They're really more of a
you figured that out first.
They're really more of a buff character than they are. They have silvery barbs, but that's not going to work on their own. Yeah. That's that. Okay. Assassin is heading upstairs.
Who sees the assassin coming upstairs?
Beleg and Uptagler.
Sorry.
Don't
Okay, let's
apologize.
see.
This is fun.
Just the silence.
So
all right,
correct me if I'm
you know
wrong.
what?
This assassin thing is a demon, right?
It is it's a person.
Oh,
I
Bladelings
believe
are
1 second.
okay.
I have Bladeling's a person.
All right.
Her living. So there you go. So it's a woman.
So
Adamok
she's going
is a
up the
woman.
she's going up the stairs, right?
Yes. She just
Okay.
passes you, taps her chip, and goes to go upstairs.
Uptagler will put on the hat of disguise
Okay. And
as
look like.
Nyx.
Hicks?
Okay. Okay.
And
And-
so I'm gonna wait until I'm sorry, what's her name? Adamok?
Adamok.
I'm gonna wait till Adamok is like halfway up the stairs. These long ass stairs, apparently, as we've established, or something like
We've
that.
already
yeah.
established.
Were we not trying to buy time? Am I unclear on what the goal was?
And wait till Adamok is like halfway up the stairs. Peek my head through the door. Just say, "Hey, asshole!" Wait until I get like confirmed visual contact. Slam the door, and then just run.
Okay.
Run off, and then sorry. Okay. So order of operations: I make it look like I'm running off in the direction of the backstage area, so to the east, and then I slam the door. I take off the hat of disguise, and I like make it look like Uptagler was just jostled over by someone.
Oh my god.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Make a deception check.
Hold on a minute. Wait. Let me. What's your? Ah, damn. What's your deception? It's definitely higher than mine.
+7.
Okay. I do have a bonus in it, but I don't have proficiency, obviously, so I can't help.
Yeah, proficiency or flat out better will allow you to take the help action.
Yeah, I got neither.
Okay. 23.
Nice.
Okay. We're going to roll an insight check, and I need to roll literally a natural 20.
Please don't.
Oh.
We just got this
Nope.
character. Ha!
You see, she throws open the door, green metallic skin, like the thorns kind of coming out. She has a chain whip on her belt, and like a chain sword. Not a chain sword. She just has like a very like shrapnel looking sword.
I make it look like I've been visibly jostled over. I say, towards the backstage, and I'm gonna just start hurtling over in the direction of backstage.
Takes off says nothing. Takes off in that direction. All right, with the added time, Nyx, you get the door open.
Yes.
There are all manner of things up here in this vault. And you start casting around. Make me an investigation check.
Investigation is a +3, 18.
Ooh.
Okay. On an 18, ignoring treasures, ignoring all kinds of bookkeeping, ignoring jewels locked in display cases, you go for the most priceless thing in the room, the information. Stacks, neatly organized stacks of dossiers. There is tons of information here, and you know it's on all of Shemeshka's employees, and more importantly, Shemeshka's enemies. There's one problem. With your 18, you are definitely able to find the information you want to look for. To read through this would take, like, 10 minutes at least to scour through.
Yeah, no.
If you want this information, you're going to have to take it with you, which means that Shemeshka's going to know someone was in this vault. But you'll have the information.
Yeah, I think at this point Nyx knows, like, I think they're fine making that sacrifice. I think they kind of know they're probably already made, and they're just gonna take it.
Okay. You grab the file, the most recent whereabouts of like Shemeshka's like spies, intel that she has. Close the vault door. Book it down the hallway. Uptaglor picking yourself up, or Blake picking Uptaglor up. The door opens, and whoever you look like right now, Nyx, I'm sorry, but I forgot.
I'm still a Darg. I'm still a guard.
You still look like a guard. Emerges holding a thick leather-bound file.
Telepathically. I'm looking at both of you, right? You're both.
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Blake's still invisible, but yeah.
Yeah, I haven't attacked anybody yet, but
Yeah, it's actually has not been that long at all, so the
Yeah.
invisibility is totally still up.
I think you hear Nyx in their regular voice now in their head go, "Thank you. Let's get the fuck out of here."
Ingrid, we're getting out of here. Uptegler was so telepathically not really understanding the whole mind link thing.
I'm out of the loop and slightly confused.
Can
I think
Upteglor
that I've
kind of actually...
lost the plot.
Can Uptegler go after Adamok and just like make sure that she goes like into the backstage area? And I think Uptegler will go so far as to like falsely point someone out.
wow.
Well, there's no one else back here.
No, not even little Miss Sutton Foster over there.
Not even Miss Little Sutton Foster.
You think she would stick around to watch herself get upstaged?
She has to
Yes,
get.
she would. Yes, she would.
You
I guess
okay?
fair.
So, Beleg and Nyx, are you staying or leaving?
Leaving.
Okay. Invisible Beleg and
Oh.
Nyx as a guard. Oh, sorry, Beleg. Yeah.
Blake.
Oh, my moral compass is fucking spinning in a circle right now. I think the thing is, like, Beleg has been sort of intentionally confounded a little bit in this episode, because everyone has been asking him to lie, and he's real bad at that. So he's like, the less I know, the better. However, through this haze, he has identified that Nyx is a child in distress, and dad mode is beginning to set in. So if Nyx is leaving, Beleg is leaving with them.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Oh,
like
God,
whisper
is
to
it so
Oob,
obvious?
like, I'll keep an eye on the kid. I don't think the mind link works the way you think it does. All right, I'll see you back at wherever.
I need to make it out because now people are starting to get on high alert. But you do look like a guard, and you are invisible.
Yes.
Advantage on both of these checks.
Cool.
Stealth check to get past the Nothics that are looking out for anything suspicious.
Great. Amazing.
The DC is 12.
Oh, we got
Let's see
it.
if I can roll higher than a 12 on a flat d20. The answer is no. I rolled an 8.
I got an 18.
That's good. That's pretty good.
Beleg, okay, so 18. Guard, you easily run... Guard? Disguised as a guard. Nyx.
You, guard.
You...
Yes,
guard,
thank you.
guard. You
Dr. Guard
easily...
to you.
You easily run out. You make it past the Shemeshka fountain. People give you a wide berth. No one suspects, even the watching Nothics. What did you roll, Red?
8.
8. You are running and you doing your best, but unable to avoid a drunk patron. Someone trips over you, tripping you as well, and you both hit the ground, and you see this like really plastered tiefling go like, what was that? I just like ran into a thing. What was that? Commotion now. Like, people are starting to look over at this like drunk person who just spilled whatever like smoking martini that they were drinking with their fire resistance that is like all over the carpet. And there's they're like feeling around for the person that they just tripped over. Ooptaglor,
I'm gonna help this man's up.
An invisible force picks this man up. You are not doing a good job
sorry,
hiding
sir.
yourself.
Didn't mean to do that.
Oh my goodness.
Ooptaglor, you
Pat.
you see Adamok enter the room, and oh my goodness, I'm forgetting her name now. You guys didn't know her name. The other performer.
Half-elf.
The half-elf, yes, is in there, and she looks over and gives out like a, what are you doing in here?
Okay, Ooptaglor was gonna be like, I know that. That's one of their disguises, but no, I think Ooptaglor doesn't have the heart in them to actually follow through with it. And Ooptaglor will instead just be like, they were there. I saw them running through here. Maybe they went back out into maybe them further backstage. Maybe they went back into the crowd. I don't know.
Continuing to press your luck to try to keep Adamok distracted. Make me one more deception check.
It's through the door of the
15.
office that Ziggy's doing that.
Ooh.
15? All right, I have to hit a 15 on this D20. Let's just roll one right in front of the group right now.
Oh no.
Oh, goodness.
Yay!
That's a total of 4.
Hey.
They snarl and they barge into the next room, the storage room, leaving poor not Sutton Foster visibly shaken.
Quiet! You do not want Shemeshka on us. Now we're going to have to go and reveal to her that we've failed in our quest. Oh.
Who are you talking to right now?
Adamok.
Oh.
Technically,
Because
Ooptaglor...
technically Ooptaglor is on Shemeshka's payroll right now. So Ooptaglor does intend to actually like meet back up with either Valero or Shemeshka herself, and just, we didn't catch her. We didn't catch them.
If Beleg's dogshit stealth check is over, can he be leaving now?
No, there are consequences to your actions. You failed your stealth check.
All right, I was just
you want
checking.
a stealth mission in your disadvantage scale mail. As you start to get up, doors open and you see across. They're not to you yet, but across the room, Shemeshka emerging with 2 of the Mezzaloths crossing.
Oh, whoa, Nelly.
That is the current state. Is Shemeshka's heading to where the disturbance of the fallen Beleg is. Nyx is home free. Ingrid is still on the stage, and Ooptaglor backstage. What action does anyone take?
I've been performing for some time. Can I call an audible here?
Yeah.
You know how in the current revival of Sunset Boulevard, they do that walk outside in Times Square?
Yes. Oh my
Well, in
god. Holy
to
shit.
end my after peak Avenue performance, perhaps I could walk myself out towards the front door and hopefully gather quite a crowd to follow, and perhaps disrupt whatever Shemeshka's power walk is.
All right. I want you to draw everyone. Like, obviously, you can walk out over there, but to gather enough of a crowd
To continue the
march
song,
yourself
you know.
out. Yeah. You've got them enraptured, right? But to gather enough of the crowd to walk them out and to stop Shemeshka, I would like for you to roll me a DC 17 performance check.
I am the greatest star of all. All right. With a natural 13 plus 6, that's going to be a 19.
Hey.
On
Nice.
a 19, You step off the stage. You put your arms out, and just 2 patrons go and lift you down. Like they don't even need to be told. Just 2 people lift you down. You've got the thaumaturgy mic in your hand, and you just walk past. People who are gambling just immediately just cash in and start following you. This huge mob forms as you head to the door, and Shemeshka and her guards immediately get caught up and stopped behind this mob of people. Beleg, seizing the opportunity, you get up, you stumble out, you're home free. Ingrid,
I wanted to
make it
ask.
out.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I have this feature that I've never used called Halfling Nimbleness, where I can just move through the square of anybody a size larger than me. I'm size small. I feel like this means I could just walk to the door if most of these patrons are medium or larger. No,
you're home free.
Cool.
It's really more of a combat thing because normally you can just go around people. I appreciate it. The whole thing was that with each successive thing you've done, the casino's got on higher and higher alert, which makes more mundane things still require stealth. That's why I was asking before. Like, at the beginning, if you'd just been sitting there playing poker, it would have required no check. But this late in the game, to not seem suspicious would require a check. I'm explaining myself too much. Yeah, your halfling nimbleness, you get yourself out. Ingrid, you want to make it all the way to the door?
Yeah, there's a little stage in the front area, so I'll in that little bar section. So I'll just post up there and keep the crowd by the entrance, muddying the waters for a minute or two longer while the song finishes up, and then I will exit the place. I don't really have Ingrid does not have a good grasp on where any given member of her party is, so she's really just trying to be like, it seems like things
to you, they've all been hidden for a long time, so.
My gut feeling, based on the amount of beleg that I've heard, is things have gone terribly wrong. Our old man was missing, so clearly people are doing things on their own, and the best thing that I can do right now is provide continued confusion and distraction that they could hopefully use to help aid their own escape. So I will try and finish my performance on the tavern area stage, ideally a much more congested area, and therefore hopefully the crowd will be able to help some folks book it out of the Fortune's Wheel if they can.
Okay, yeah, no, you're good. You make it. Everyone is out. Ingrid, with the final flourish of your performance, you're back, baby. Like, the name Ingrid Starling is going to start passing from lips to people's ears much more swiftly now after this show-stopping performance. But
Show never stopping, more like.
Ubtag
Show
lore,
goes on forever.
Adamok bursts out of the back room, like surges the back room, bursts out on the stage, sees the crowd that's gone, and is like, well, now there's no one, and is going to turn and look at you. From behind you, Valerio opens the door and says, "So, I take it you did not find the culprit. Nix has escaped."
It seems as though they got away.
He closes the door behind him, and Adamok comes back up off the stage and closes the door behind her. You're standing between Valerio and Adamok currently. I see. They got away. Perhaps with... I'm getting the Russian and his voice confused. They got away, perhaps with nothing, but perhaps with something. Perhaps us relying on you was a foolish thing to do, and you helped them leave.
Like I said, I was capable in my skills, but I know not this person's skills. It seems as though they have bested me.
Make me a deception check.
Come on, oopsie baby.
I've been doing so well
Keep the streak going. This is a casino.
Okay, natural 17. For 24.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh.
This guy rolls with a +5. So he's going to need natural 19. I'm going to roll him from on the board here. 1d20 plus 5. Nope.
That's 3.
Roll 20 is not my friend today. I should not have been rolling for... Wait, that's 4. Hold on, we got to roll
That's
another
3
one.
4s.
I've rolled 3
Yeah, that's
4s in a
3
row.
4s
Hold on.
Yeah, the RNG is broken.
Okay, nope, it's not broken. I got a 9 that
No,
time.
just kidding. The house
you
doesn't always win. Okay.
You see, he shrugs. He goes, "Well, you did your best. We will see that you are escorted out." And some Mezzalots come. They are going to escort you out. the doors close, and though you cannot hear it, Adamok goes up to Valerio and says, in a steely voice, as one I can't really imitate because it sounds more like two pieces of metal being rubbed together than anything else, but smoothly she says, "So should I kill them? I'll make it seem like an accident, of course." You hear Valerio says, "No. It's unclear to me whether they were lying or not, but if they were telling the truth, then no point in killing them. They are still a useful asset. If they were lying, we'll never get information if they are dead. Best to leave them be for now. We will keep an eye, see what actions they take now that they have whatever information they might have won. Let them think that they are still playing the game, without us watching over their shoulders." And escorted out to the street and unceremoniously pushed out of the door by the Mezzaloths. Utaglor, you are home free. All of you having been separated, I assume you meet back up at the agency.
Yeah, I think I telepathically reached out to everyone and said, okay, regroup at your office.
And so we shall.
Regrouping at the office, you find a pot of tea on the boil by Agni, as he is, burning the midnight oil, keeping the place safe.
Aww.
All of you reconvene there.
Agni, do you have any tips for stopping being invisible?
I don't even know how to get invisible in the first place.
Yeah, me neither.
Ingrid will sashay in.
Here,
just punch something.
Punch me, Beleg.
What?
Punch me, Beleg.
Ooptaglor, I'm not gonna punch you. You've been through enough today.
I want to be punched. I'm in a punching mood.
I want you to punch me. Come on.
Oh, I don't know if I could.
I've had a lot of wolves pulled over my eyes tonight, and I need something to smack me back into reality. Do it, Beleg.
All right, but you're gonna need to lean down a little bit.
The head just slurps into the body, and then slurps out like within punching distance.
It appears that my unarmed strike automatically does only 3 damage. So let me just roll it.
Oh, the only casualty we received this evening.
I think I'm gonna miss. I rolled a 7.
Oh. It just gets.
And you
just a
immediately come
little
out of
bit too
invisible
high
as you
up.
just go wide.
Oh, that was way easier than I thought.
All right, Nix.
Okay,
You got some explaining to
yes.
do.
What did I miss while I put on the one-woman show of the century?
Yeah, very good job on that, by the way. Sorry
Thank you.
we didn't
But
get
yes,
to
I
see
do
all
want to
of
circle
it.
back around to a friend who is no longer are you still a doctor? I don't know if you have your doctorate or whatever, but...
No.
Okay, good to know.
Academic
good to know.
impersonation
Mark
is the
that
real
down for
crime.
later.
Did you get what you were looking for?
Yes.
Oh, speaking of, we found the information that you were looking for. We have the name of the entity that won your chronosphere thingy.
Excellent.
Maramoth.
Maramoth, yeah.
Yes.
He's something called a... Why do my notes keep disappearing?
Death Tyrant.
Yeah, he's a real friendly looking guy. He's like a beholder, but dead, but still a problem.
Undead.
Huh.
Yeah.
Undead even.
Interesting.
Dead but
They're
still
the
a
head of the
problem.
mortuary. So
You'd be shocked at how frequently dead but still a problem turns up in my line of work.
Excellent. That ultimately was the goal. We should get this information back to the Trade Consortium, and they will probably let me know if we want to continue this lead or if they're taking me off of it.
Yeah, I had a question
the
about that.
yeah.
Elements of this seemed tremendously personal to you. Is the chronosphere involved in that, or was that just the reason you wanted to get in, so you could get whatever you got out of the vault?
Okay. The the chronosphere was more of a gateway to get me into the Fortune's Wheel is hard to break into, let me tell you.
Really? I couldn't
So
tell.
we've noticed.
Sorry, yeah, that was silly. I'm just saying I can't get in there. I've been made every time. Valerio, he's good. He's good at what he does. I'll say that. He sucks, but he's good at what he does. I needed to get more information, and I'm not sure that the Planar Trade Consortium would give me this information, so I had to go with a third party of someone that I know keeps a lot of records on the dealings of this city. And I got it, so thank you. Ultimately, though, the goal was this chronosphere. So, congrats. We did the job. I guess that's it.
Well, hold on. Well, we got some questions for you there, buddy.
Okay, go ahead. Sure. I don't know how much I can share.
Does the consortium know you as Nix or Dr. Eustace Banks?
Oh,
Banks.
Okay, wow, this is really making myself, but I feel like we are on like the level that yes, I am employed by the consortium for my very obvious infiltration skills.
Okay.
But did they know about your little extracurricular mission today? I'm not going to get you in trouble. I'm just curious. You know, it seems like you got a lot going on.
At this point, we all work for the Planar Trade Consortium at this point. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page here as to what the consortium knows and doesn't know.
The consortium asked me to go to the Fortune's Wheel and get information on the chronosphere. I did that. They don't micromanage. I can have passion projects.
I feel it.
As long as it doesn't get you caught.
As long as I don't get caught, and I didn't, and we didn't, and it was great.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, they do know where we live. But you know what? That's a problem for later.
Not to mention we owe a big fat one to my stupid sibling. I didn't even.
Yeah, you want to talk about history and extracurricular activities? What's the deal with that?
Well, like 2 weeks ago, they made themselves known to me or something like that. We thought that we had arrested them for
Various
thievery.
crimes. Yeah.
Yeah, of the potentate incandescent over in the city of Brass. But apparently, I guess it was Shemeshka that got them loose, and now they're working for Shemeshka. Although apparently, I don't know to what degree and to what level of freedom Uptagler Skopin has. But now apparently, that's another thing, Ingrid. Uptagler Skopin is working for Shemeshka. We ran into them earlier.
Damn
Well,
it.
they didn't seem to be doing much by choice. They did, lest we forget, help us out, turn me invisible for a while.
They did help us out, yes.
They
And
did help us,
apparently,
and they don't seem to want to be there.
Yeah.
they don't.
I mean, if they want to turn over a new leaf, I say, let them. It's never too late to start being a better person.
I gave them that opportunity, though. And they said
Yeah.
no.
Well, everyone's got to make that choice for themselves at some point.
Sometimes you can try to help someone, but they got to make the mistake on their own.
On the subject,
Yeah.
your extracurricular trip. Now, I understand that some things are private, but seeing as we did put our necks out pretty far for you in this instance, what's the deal?
Since you asked so nicely. I take out the folder. I'm looking for someone, and I can't find him. So I figured Fortune's Wheel is one of the last places that I can get information on people like me. Like sneaky people, not just changelings.
Sure.
That felt weird to say. Seedy types. I am looking for my sibling. I lost track of them a few years ago, and I'm hoping that this paperwork has something that will tell me something new, because I'm all out of leads.
Well, why didn't you just say you had a missing persons case? You're standing in a detective agency, dear. Oh, come on, let's try and figure this one out. I assume, you know, in order to pay us back for ruining one professional relationship with the Fortune's Wheel.
Hey, they didn't kill us. They probably still like us at least a little bit.
Let's not be hasty.
I think they still like. I think they like one of us at least.
I think we're mostly okay, though I wouldn't be surprised if there would be like some extra eyes on any of us if we were to return to the Fortune's Wheel.
The city is still complicated. Hey, do you actually not drink caffeine, or was that part of the cover? I'll put something on.
No, I'll take a cup of coffee.
Heck yeah.
Look, we're detectives. You've got a missing persons case, and in all likelihood, we'll probably be continuing to work with the consortium, so we'll likely be working together, and the consortium's not going to compensate us for any lost reputation with other clients. I know the clause in our contract clarifies that we're independent. The company's not responsible for our actions, and I imagine you have a similar one.
Oh, yeah. And a lot of NDAs.
Perhaps, in order to help smooth over what's been happening, we can come into some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. You can have a little help finding your lost sibling, and, well, we are down a member for a moment. Perhaps we could do with a bit of sneaky types.
All right. Deal. And Nyx holds out their hand.
Ingrid will happily shake it. And you'll need these. These are our business cards. You're going to have to give them out as much as possible as your representative of Open and Shut Detectives. It does feel good.
Oh, I'm not the... I don't
I'm going to
advertise.
get at
I
least
don't
one
know.
other person in this office who is reliably giving out business cards, and if it's got to be a new...
Does it have all of our names on it? Because we're gonna have to get the Everard's one switched out for...
Oh, let's not do that yet. We're not ready for that.
No, I'd rather my name not be.
It does.
Okay.
It's just got the company name, the address, and for sending inquiries, please call Ingrid Starling at this brain. So
You never pick
Okay.
up the stone.
At this brain?
well, you know, like a sending goes right to your mind if you don't have a stone for it. So I figured that made the most sense.
Is there a little portrait of Ingrid Starling to
There's a little,
help
like,
the sending get itself along?
like a cartoon logo? of Ingrid in the- there's no, you know, there's a little cartoon logo of like Meech in the corner.
Yes.
Wow.
Inadvertently, all sendings go to Meech because that's
Meet your cranium rat.
Meech is your secretary and your answering machine.
Well, Nyx.
Do you wait? Sorry, do you have a cranium?
Yes.
Yes.
We do.
Meech. He eats grapes, and he's very nice.
I think as soon as I see your little rat, I reach in my pocket, like from under my cloak, and I pull out a little cranium rat.
Whoa.
No, shut
Rat
the
to
fuck
rat
up.
communication.
Yep.
Great minds think alike.
I
On
say,
starting equipment, Nyx ended up with a I believe a mouse was what it was written as.
Oh, because street urchin
Yes.
background?
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah.
You knew that way too fast. Had that shit on
Bards and
lock.
rogues. Bars and rogues, dude. That's
and
how I
rogues.
play.
I hold out the little cranium rat. I say, this is Manny.
Manny Meech.
Hello, Manny.
Oh,
You
My,
see, as soon as they see each other, they sniff and like noses come together, and then they both like. How do I describe this? How do you witness two rats get smarter just by watching them?
I was like,
Coming
we
into
don't want another
proximity
many
of each
hands
other.
coming.
There's a sense of like two magnets that are coming together, and like there's just like this kind of dilation in their eyes, and they seem to be a little bit more observant when they're together.
We don't want another many hands forming here
Ingrid,
necessarily.
completely ignoring
Do you-
Ooptaglor, will offer both rats a pile of grapes. Please, get to know each other, have a snack. And I believe we have a new member to get to know as well, though I won't make you tell us your
Do you
whole life
know-
story at this juncture. Feels like we kind of have the spark notes.
No, yeah, we don't. That's a lot at first. But is this your only rat? Is this your only?
Meech?
Well, we know a cranium rat collective called Many Hands.
It
but
was
we
kind
don't
of a chore
own
to
them.
get this one, though. You know, what with the
Meech
hag and
isn't
such.
a
and the-
chore. Meech is a very charming rat.
Oh no, it was well worth the effort. I'm just saying. You know, they're not
There's
just
a
coming up
hag?
out of the sewers.
Oh,
Yeah,
if
there was
you-
there's
We
been
have
a
so
couple.
much to catch you up on, Nix.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Eh.
I believe
pastries were
our
pretty
first
good.
order of business is a round of coffee, and our second order is probably getting to the consortium to deliver the goods from today. But needless to say, despite the rocky beginning, I think this will work out quite nicely.
I agree.
Fantastic.
This could be the start of a beautiful arrangement.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get you. We'll get you eventually.
Let's go ahead and sunset the episode. So, yes, you relay the information to Lazaro, who makes it clear that you should not act, but the job is successful. Thanks you and says, you see, calls over a courier, writes a note, and dispatches, and says, so now that the job is complete, you may go and collect your reward. We have arranged for you to have a standing invitation, a membership to the private club that is called the Friendly Fiend.
Ooh.
So you may go and see Akin there at any time that you please. So this is, if you've, it's a couple times before, magic items are acquired through magic clubs, which are things you
sick.
gain access to. This is Akin at the Friendly Fiend is one of these magic clubs. So you can go see Akin to get stuff, and these curators are acquirers of magic items, but also of like information, right? So being a member of this club is usually very expensive. You're gonna get in for free. You still have to buy things, but it's now an access. It's access to anything that you need. It's access to cheaper things. It's access to lore, spells, any of that stuff. As long as you are on good terms with the Planar Trade Consortium, you are part of this club and can benefit from its membership.
Good to know.
The other thing is that I'm sure that you waste no time, Nix, consulting the documents.
Correct.
With enough time and enough coffee, which Agony is happy to provide for you, pouring through,
Agony's
you
not making it
find
right.
mention
Move over.
of your lost sibling, of your lost twin.
Triplet.
They have not... Well, you're right, lost triplet. They have
What?
not been seen... You have to go back a little bit, because they've not been seen in some time. This is on the order of, 9 months. It's the last sighting. And it notes... Last seen... The Civic Fest Hall. And then there is later written back into the margin, these were notes that were taken, and now someone has gone back in to make an amendment. It says, disappeared. So...
Disappeared?
Someone, they were keeping track of your triplet, and you really give me a Vex Vax situation going on here.
Hey, listen. When I was writing it and also saying that they're all they, them, I was like, what have I fucking done to myself grammatically right now? This is awful.
Not only am I going to mix them up, I'm also going to pluralize when I'm not paying attention.
Yeah. And there's 3 of them. 3
looking
they, them, of them.
Looking for your lost triplet. They were last seen at the Civic Fest Hall, which is a big building. You know exactly what this is, in Sigil. And someone has gone back in, realizing that there were no more records of them. Someone has gone back in and marked disappeared. This was the last time we saw them, and we have no idea where they went after that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
And so with that, I think we're going to close out our episode. Next time, you can further follow up on that lead, or and also visit Akin. You'll have some, if you would like, of course, but it is your reward. But rather than extend to this session, I think that perhaps we'll say it is what happens the following day.
Yes.
So thank you everyone for joining. Whew. That was for me. Maybe it didn't seem this way. For me, this was an episode with a lot of spinning plates because I had to keep track of where everyone was, and I knew there were all these
wasn't
like
even
notes
sure
on like
where
what you
everyone
could find at different. I know exactly.
I wasn't even sure who I was.
This was the easiest
You were
episode for
split
me
up
in a
into
really
5
long
people.
time.
I was still kind of bummed that we didn't end up with 3 Oobtag lores, one of them being Nyx running around. That would have been maximum confusion.
That would have been pretty awesome. So there's a lot of plate spinning, but I hope it was enjoyed. Next time, we will see what investigation this newly formed, new addition to the party gets up to. But until then, have a lovely week, and we will see you next time. Thank you for joining.
Adios. Thanks so much for listening to this week's episode of Open and Shut, a Rolling with Difficulty campaign. We'll be back next week with another thrilling mystery, but if you miss us before then, check out Rolling with Difficulty on social media and check out our Discord server for fun fan conversations. You can also email us at rollwithdifficulty@gmail.com with any questions, comments, or concerns. If you enjoyed the show, please rate us and leave a review on your preferred podcast platform, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and if you really enjoyed the show, consider becoming a patron for even more exclusive benefits like access to monthly bonus content created by all of our lovely cast. You got all that, Berks? Perfect. Then we'll catch you out on the streets of the cage.